Patrick Devonas. Welcome to the
Hey,
podcast,
Jeff.
man.
Yeah, so glad to be able to talk to you, my New York buddy.
So, for the people who are listening, Patrick and I go way back. When did we meet? Like, was it like 2005 or something? Or was it earlier than that? I don't
Could
even
have
remember.
been earlier.
Probably earlier. Yeah, probably closer to 2000. I was just in your on your website and it's all in Swiss. I couldn't read it. So I was trying to get your bio. So so people obviously who've been to your website know that you're not American. Tell me about how you grew up and then all the way up to your career.
Yeah, I was born in 1965, a long time ago.
It's getting that way.
Did you know they built the nicest Ford Mustang in 1965 ever?
Is that an objective fact or is that just your opinion?
It's very subjective.
I don't know. I don't know cars. But that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I was born into the hippie times, and my parents were pseudo hippies. Pseudo meaning they still had a job, you know,
Yeah.
they were still working. Um, but I was a kid that was very free, you know, the long hair and it's just us hippie children, we lived the hippie life in our own way. Um, we had our own version of that, you know.
What is a Swiss hippie like? Is that different than an American hippie?
Yeah, the Swiss hippies yodel.
That's the only difference. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's like every Swiss person has to learn how to yodel.
Do you actually know how to yodel?
Oh, I can pretend. Yodeling is actually quite difficult.
Is it really? Oh, I'm not going to put you
Yeah,
on
the
the
people.
spot and have you try it. No,
That
but
would be very embarrassing.
so seriously though, is there, I mean, a hippie is sort of a cultural thing here in the US, you know, kind of going against the government and peace, love, and happiness. I mean, is it kind of, or, you know, anti-authority, that sort of thing? Is it the same thing in Switzerland?
Oh yeah, it was the John Lennon thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, of course, there were different versions of hippie as well, but the core ideas, um, like rights for women, that was actually very important that it all happened. Because when I was a little kid, I remember my mother, she was a teacher in Lucerne, full-time teacher, and she made 500 francs less than her male colleagues.
I don't know what that
And when she
means. 500 francs could be
500,
5 cents to me. I don't know.
oh, back then that was a huge amount.
Oh, it was.
Yeah. And so when she went to ask why that was, the answer was because she's a woman.
They actually said that. Wow. That's a different time.
Yeah. I just, you know, I watched my mother work her rear end off and just being disadvantaged,
Yeah.
and that's the time that these things started to change.
Mm-hmm.
So when I think of hippie, there's a lot of positives attached to that
Oh, of
from
course.
me
Yeah.
because I remember the freedom that was in the air was tremendous, and it really, I think, had a lot to do with me learning as a child to make my own decisions how I would spend my days.
So your parents taught you, I don't even know. I guess I don't really understand. I mean, I can only speculate how a hippie parent would be different than a regular parent. Did they just teach you to kind of live your own life and just learn your own lessons? Or, I mean, were they really sort of free thinkers in that way in parenting? Or, I mean, what was it that made it so that you could live your own life and make your own decisions, whereas a child of more conservative, let's say, parents might not have?
Well, my parents were very different people. They interpreted hippie differently too.
Okay.
So, um, my mother gave me an incredible amount of freedom and encouraged, both of them encouraged my creativity. They really liked my drawings and they would comment on it, and I liked the attention I got from drawing and painting.
Mm-hmm.
And they both are very encouraging there. But my mother gave me a lot of freedom as far as, there were Saturdays and she didn't even know where I was. I was
Oh
gone
yeah.
all day.
Yeah.
And
That's sort of a generational thing though, don't you think? I mean, all Gen X's would leave, at least this is how I imagine it. I remember leaving in the morning as early as I could get up. And at like 10 years old, I would walk a mile away from my house and play all day and just wander the streets and then come home after dark, sometime around 9 or 10 or something. Maybe not 10 years old, but
yeah,
it's just I don't know why it was such a different time in that way.
yeah, yeah, it was very different. But did you smoke when you were 9?
No, heck no, did you? I've never smoked in my life. You know that, or at least you probably assume that. Were you totally
I
experimenting with pot and whatnot as a teenager? Is that the hippie
No,
stuff?
no, no,
Just
just
tobacco?
cigarettes, just cigarettes. And I even had my favorite brand. And between 9 and 11, I smoked.
Are you serious?
But
Wait, did your mom know about it though?
no, no, she didn't.
Okay, so she's not that, that much of a free thinker as far as parenting goes. It's like, oh, go experiment with tobacco and alcohol and drugs. Just have fun. Be back by dinner.
We did it really smart. We always made a campfire and smoked there, so no one would smell us that we
Oh,
smoked.
that's smart. It's pretty smart. You just gave a lot of young listeners some ideas. I'll have to cut that one out. They've probably thought of it already.
Yeah, but then I stopped smoking with 11 because of sports.
Really?
So my father was a very strange hippie. He was into ski racing, and he wanted me to ski race. So I started ski racing when I was 6.
Really? And you had the wisdom at 11 years old to know that tobacco would affect your progress as an athlete?
Yeah, my mother told me,
Oh, okay.
and I believed her.
Wait,
I
so
just,
wait.
you
So she
know,
did know that you smoked at some point.
she caught me
Okay.
when I
Gotcha.
was 11. It all came out, and then
Really?
she had a long talk with me, and she convinced me to not do it.
She sounds like a good mom.
Yeah.
So she didn't beat you to a pulp. She convinced you. She shared her wisdom and you believed her.
Yeah, there was no violence in her at
Yeah.
all,
Yeah.
luckily.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess, um, the philosophy of this yearning for freedom really affected me tremendously in my emotional life. And I think that was partially why I had such a hard time in school,
Hmm.
because I at home I could always ask, but why? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this way and not another way? So, and then there was a discussion and there was an explanation. But in school, there was often military style, and the curriculum is like untouchable. It's just what it is. It's what we do. And I just rebelled when it didn't make sense to me.
Okay, this is interesting because I'm not sure if I think I relate, but I'm curious if what you're saying is that you rebelled because they didn't tell you why you had to do it, or you rebelled because they didn't explain the value of it or how it worked. To me, those are three different things. You know what I mean? Like, for example, let me give you a personal anecdote that happened to me where I was in math class. This was all the way in college, but this was the way it was throughout high school, junior high, as far back as I can remember. Teachers would say, okay, when you get, like, let's say in math, when you get this problem, plug in this formula and it will result in this answer. And I would say, why? Like, not why do I have to do it, but why does it work? And in every class, no one ever knew the answers. They just knew what to do. Like, every teacher would just regurgitate information and expect me to just get in line and regurgitate it to the next generation. And I always wanted to know why things worked the way they did. And teachers never told me that. So the anecdote is when I was in college, I was in college algebra, and my teacher was the head of the math department and a so-called mathematician. And he was teaching about imaginary numbers. And I'm like, imaginary numbers? Like, what does this I represent? What is all this? Like, okay, I can maybe try and memorize the formula. My memory's not that good. Can you just explain to me why this works? What's the logic behind it? Who came up with it? Who discovered it? You know, and explain it to me. Because if I can remember the concept, then I can reverse engineer the formula, right? Or at least more easily recall the formula. He's like, huh, no one's ever asked me that. I don't know. Like, you're a mathematician, man. You're not even curious about why math works. You just know. So I was, in many cases, I could have been a better student if teachers would explain why things happen, because I need to understand why. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about, like, you should know this, and you would ask, why do I have to know this? What good will it do me? Those are two different things. I'm just curious which one it is.
Both.
Both.
Absolutely both.
Yeah. Yeah, it was for me too. Totally both. Interesting. Okay. So,
Yeah.
so did you know early on that you wanted to be an artist because you struggled in school, or did you know you wanted to be an artist because you loved art, or a little of both as well?
Well, I went back and forth when I was a little kid. For a while, I wanted to be a rock star.
That's awesome.
And then I wanted to be an actor because everyone said, Patrick, you're going to be an actor one day. Because I was actually really funny. I could do stand-up comedy until, I don't know, maybe age 14.
What?
And then, well,
Really?
stand-up comedy, not like professional. I did it for family
No,
and,
but why
you
14?
know,
What's significant about that age?
well, but when I was 14, I had an accident that kind of changed everything really drastically for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Is
So
that
it it made me um, question everything. It made me question my ski racing. It made me question Swiss society. I started reading philosophy books, German philosophers, Erich Fromm, Hermann Hesse, those guys.
so it didn't
I
physically
told
affect your brain. It's just the experience caused you to have a different outlook on the world. It's not so much that you got brain damage or something.
no, I didn't get brain damage. My
Oh, okay.
arm got damaged.
Okay. So it just caused you to think differently about the world because it was a traumatic experience, is what you're saying.
Exactly. I mean, I ended up in a hospital, and there were kids that had a few weeks left to live, because of cancer
Gosh.
in the children's hospital. And here I was trying to optimize myself with ski racing, um, and having dreams of becoming an actor, or uh, also was considering becoming a writer. But I really actually wanted to become a sculptor. really badly for a while,
Hmm.
but I couldn't find any sculptor in Switzerland who would excite me. Nothing was figurative, and they all did gravestones to make a living, and it just left me cold. And I wanted to, I was like, how about Michelangelo? I wanted to figurative sculptures.
Hmm.
So there was no way to study that in Switzerland, and this was all before the internet. And I was clueless that I could have studied it in Italy just fine.
You could have even back in the what would have been the early 80s, mid 80s.
I think
There
I think
was
so.
that was possible then too.
I think so.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I could have, but I didn't know. I was clueless
Hmm. It's okay. So
about
when
that.
did you zero in on the well, you're sculpting now, but yeah, you painted for a long time first. So when did you zero in on
Yeah,
that?
well, when it's the equivalent of high school, I guess, in Switzerland. You have a different school system. So when I graduated with 16 from that, I was accepted at the local art school in Lucerne because I grew up in the city of Lucerne. And I went to that art school with 16, which was extremely young. I think me and my friend Sarah, we were the youngest ones that were ever admitted to that school.
Hmm.
And yeah, it was a really tough experience for me
Why is that?
at that school
Why is that?
because it was like, to me, it was like the cult of Matisse.
Oh no, really? So it wasn't a classical figurative school at all.
Yeah, and I loved Rembrandt. I kept thinking about, my surrealist ideas, and I kept thinking,
Wait,
if
you had
I could
surrealist
paint
ideas way back in at 16? You already kind of had a vision for where you wanted to go?
totally, I mean, I did these surrealist paintings with 11, 12.
No kidding. That's so young.
It, that's because of the strange dreams I had. I mean, the surrealists who they made sense to me, like Salvador Dali. I always thought that Salvador Dali's technique was boring, but his ideas really interesting because it kind of looked like my dreams.
Yeah.
But I thought, what if you could combine this world I enter when I sleep with Rembrandt's technique? I mean, my goodness, that would be amazing.
Hmm. I'm looking at your work over in the top right corner while you're talking. And I mean, I know your work well, but it's interesting to hear this backstory and look at your work. It makes it that much more meaningful. Yeah, that's really cool, man. So it's Matisse cult. How did they not destroy your soul?
I left.
You did. So you never finished.
Yeah, I left and I did my own thing for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I even wrote a book and illustrated it, and it was really crappy. It was one of those teenager books, um, and I realized everything I tried, I realized that I had just such, I had no training, and it was just crap. It wasn't very good. And then I was accepted at the acting school in Zurich, and I realized I've gotten too shy. I I can't I can't do this. This accident made me shy and made me question everything that gave me strength before the accident.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy, it was a private school in Zurich, and he said, "Oh, shyness can be overcome." But he didn't know at the time I really struggled with depression. So So just and I really started to draw and paint extensively in order to emotionally survive. For me, for me, it was all about emotional survival, you know, because if I wouldn't let bring those ideas out of my head, it would just destroy me. It's like all these dreams every night would pile up on top of each other, and they were all so surreal, and some of them disturbing, and others highly interesting, you know. Yeah.
Hmm.
And so I settled on drawing and painting and writing for a long time.
What did you
And I did
write?
odd jobs.
What did you write besides children's books or a children's book? Or what did you like to write?
Um, stories, stories about existence, you know, stories about, I guess, I guess I was a hobby philosopher, you know, I was trying to figure out the meaning of existence.
Hmm. Just by,
Good luck with that.
yeah, seriously, just by writing down your thoughts, you're just in some people, they talk out loud to kind of organize their thoughts, or is that the right word? I mean, that's what I do. Sometimes when I'm having a discussion with somebody, I will almost argue both sides out loud to the person and until I figure out what it is I actually think, you know, and just to keep a conversation going. So it helps me to figure out where I'm at on the issue. Is that what you mean by with your writing? Is that by writing these things down, you're sort of exploring with your pen what you actually believe and feel about existence?
Yeah, I guess that's a good description. Yeah. Bringing order to the mind, you know, bring some kind of clarity to the experience of being on this really wild planet, this place where there's so many problems.
Mm.
And then I was really interested in history, and then you find out that the problems always existed.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
for a young
serious.
person, it's like huge wake up call. What actually used to be, and explains a lot what is now.
This episode is brought to you in part by Rosemary Brushes. If you're one of my listeners who's a professional artist, you're already using Rosemary Brushes. But for the rest of you, come on, take your work a little more seriously. Stop buying the other brands. It's just not worth it. Every now and then you may get lucky and buy a good brush from another brand, but use the brand that professionals like myself are using. Go to rosemaryandco.com, link in the description or the show notes, and get yourself some quality brushes before your next painting. Okay, I've known you for a long time, and I know this about you. You're a really sensitive dude, and I mean that in a good way. Like, you're the kind of guy that really feels, and
Yeah.
which makes you a good friend, by the way. But
Thank you.
I'm wondering, were you, or do you think you're that way entirely from this accident? Because that's what it sounds like, almost like this accident turned you from actor, clown, outgoing kind of person to this really cerebral, sensitive, more emotional kind of person. Or how much of it do you think was genetics, and how much do you think of it was that experience?
Yeah, I guess people are born that way, you know. Hypersensitivity is something you're born with, and you can't acquire it, or it's just
Yeah.
part of who you are. And I think until 14 I could sort of override it,
Mm.
uh, being an actor, you know. I could just kind of fake things, pretend to be this stud,
Hmm.
because I was very athletic always my whole life, you know, until that accident. Things they went pretty well with sports. I got attention for being creative and in many ways in writing and acting and drawing and painting. And I think the accident was just such an incredible eye opener to that reality was very different than I thought it was.
Hmm. Yeah,
It
I can
was it
relate
was
to
an
that.
incredible. I know you can.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, when I had that whole experience at 21, I honestly wonder if I would have been a successful painter without it. And I'm not suggesting that's what you're getting at, but for me personally, while it made you very sensitive, it made me very ambitious because all of a sudden I'm like, life is fragile. You know, it can just be gone in an instant. You don't have time to be dinking
Yeah.
around.
Yeah.
You know, every day counts, which is sort of cliche, but it's real. I mean, there's a reason for cliches because so many people experience them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had your wake up call in a
Mm-hmm.
very harsh way, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're still being reminded of that
Yeah.
daily.
Yeah. Constantly. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, okay. So you left the school. Um, how did you end up finding training? I mean, I know you went to New York at some point and you did study
Yeah.
you did, I'm not going to spill the beans just yet, although you can read it in your bio next to the screen, but, um, you did find some good education eventually.
Yeah, this is a really wild story how this came about. So I had basically given up to be able to learn how to paint like the old masters. 'Cause I did my research and I realized, that also when you go to the museums in Europe, I mean, it's very obvious how good these people were as far as craftsmanship. What they accomplished is just astonishing. We all know that. Um, but it sort of, I had given up to be able to learn that. How did, so I could paint my dreams like Rembrandt.
Mm-hmm.
That was still sort of the slogan, be able to paint my dreams like Rembrandt and ideally sculpt them
Paint
like
your dreams with the
Michelangelo.
technique of Rembrandt is what you mean.
That's exactly what I
Right.
mean. Very
Yeah.
important. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. But then, ironically, uh, there was this friend of my mother's who went to BYU, and he discovered that BYU had a ski racing team. And, if you spend 10 years of your life ski racing, you're not going to like forget all of that right away. So I was still a good skier, but by the time that was age 21, even though I hadn't raced for 5 years, I
Yeah,
could
and you were
still,
used to some big mountains too compared to the US.
yeah, I was used to a lot of choices to ski down
Mm-hmm.
from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but ski racing is huge in Switzerland. It's probably as big as soccer.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the competition is really, really steep. And um, so I ended up ski racing for BYU scholarship.
You got a scholarship, so you really were still good.
Well, they were just nice to me. I
Yeah,
think they were
whatever.
nice to
Stop.
me.
Stop. They're
I
not
w-
nice to anybody. It's always the
my
bottom
coach,
dollar.
my coach was a very nice person.
That's
So I
cool.
think he believed in me, and I had to just I hadn't raced in a while, and I had just had to I was working out like mad. I was a machine, just really good shape. And the technique, just needed to figure some stuff out because the equipment had changed in those 6 years. You know how the equipment constantly keeps changing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you need to
When you say
adjust your
equipment, do you mean the
technique.
training equipment or the skis and
The
ski boots?
skis,
Oh, I
the
didn't know that.
technology changed. Yeah. Yeah. So I was skiing for BYU, and then um, I was studying film at first.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Man, I had no idea about any of this stuff. And I also had no idea you were in Utah way back in the late 80s. That's a long time ago. So if you were 21, it would have
19,
been 86?
it was, I was yeah, 86, exactly. 86 is when I came to the States.
I had no idea. I assumed you were kind of new when I met you to the States because of that sweet Swiss accent you can't shake. That's the problem.
That, I say that like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right?
Something like that. All right. So you were
Yeah.
there in 86. Holy cow. Okay. And then
Hmm.
studied film. Why
Studied
film?
film for one
You still had that
because
acting
I
in
wanted.
you? The acting?
Well, I at that time I wanted to become not a producer, a director.
Dude, you were all over the place. You wanted to be everything. You know, one thing though, at least, not at least, but they all have, they're all creative, right? They're all creative fields. So it just seems like you just didn't know what genre was going to be best for you in the long run.
Yeah, it's basically which form of communication do I want to use?
Right.
Wanting to communicate so badly, so
Yeah.
desperately, wanting to communicate how I feel about being alive, and making movies. Of course, when you make a movie, a director, that must be an incredible thing. I don't know what it's like, but imagine you can put all this stuff together, including music, to create a message.
Okay, but that's
It's
interesting you say
visual.
including music because you are a director. You know, don't you feel like when you are doing a multi-figure painting, especially the way you used to do it, because you and I relate in this area, for many, many years, you did everything from life or imagination, just like me. And it feels like, and I've also just tinkered around with filmmaking. It feels like you're a director because
Yeah,
you have to deal with the costume design, you have to deal with the set design, you have to deal with making sure your quote unquote actors are look the way that they should look. You have to deal with making sure everyone's standing in the right place, and but you have the major disadvantage of not having movement, music, or dialogue. And but it feels without those things, other than those things, it feels sort of like what I would imagine being a director feels like.
exactly.
Yeah. Do you think that's part of the
Plus,
reason you were so drawn to multi-figure painting ultimately?
probably, probably the nice thing about what I started to realize is that in movie making, money is such a huge factor. And then you have your producer who tells
Yeah.
you, no, 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 way too expensive. Your idea is way too expensive. It's like, so in a painting, you're the boss,
Hmm.
ideally.
At least if you set yourself up that way, you could let the client decide, but it doesn't seem like you ever have.
Oh, oh,
No, I mean that as a compliment.
well, but that's not entirely true. I have been an artist who's taken commission for many, many years. I had 3 kids to feed too.
Yeah, but you took, okay,
So
so I take commissions too, but there's different kinds of commissions. I remember Bill, who obviously you and I respect unbelievably, who passed. How long ago did he pass? This is Bill Whitaker.
2008, I
It
think
was,
18.
oh, 18. I thought you said eight. I'm like, no way. Okay, 18. But I remember when I was a young artist and I admired him so much, as I still do. He was at the Springville Museum and he said, as a portrait painter, you enter the client's back door and you exit the client's back door. You're nobody special. You're just, now I'm elaborating. What he meant was you're nobody special. You're just the hired help as a portrait painter. And, but Bill, with all of his greatness, that is kind of how, when he was doing commissions, kind of how he set up his commission process. This is what I found out later, because his commissions were very official, traditional type commissions, right? And he was doing, say, the apostles of the church. He was doing political figures, presidents of universities. I mean, these clients are very particular about having it look a certain way, right?
Yeah.
But I found out, because of him saying that, which I'm forever grateful, I never let that happen, because I always said, no, I'm going to put my creativity into each painting. I'm going to make sure that I get to dictate at least a huge percentage of how this painting looks. And I don't know, I look at your commissions and maybe I'm missing some, or you don't have some online, but it seems like when I see a Patrick Devonas portrait, it's not like your average portrait of a senator or a governor, or they're very you. So it doesn't seem like you've, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm just not seeing these paintings, but it doesn't seem like you were ever the type that was walked in the back door and out the back door.
Yeah, that's where the hippie child comes out.
So I'm right about that.
Yeah, I guess I always try to get away with what I can. I have to make compromises, tremendous ones, since I'm back in Switzerland, because, yeah, things, the way I work is, plus I live in the boondocks, and plus the way I work, and I retreated. I guess since the past 13 years, I kind of retreated into the mountains and was thinking and collecting rocks and thinking a lot,
Have you been gone 13 years? You've been in, you were, oh my gosh, that time went fast. Holy crap, man.
I think it's been 15 years since I left.
Man, time flies. That's crazy. So yeah. Switzerland's been more difficult than the US. Is that what you're saying? In making a living?
Yeah, for me, but it's partially my fault because I just I had to think a lot about the art world and about how it works and what it means to be an artist. And now my head is all filled with all these ideas influenced by the mountains.
Gotcha.
And I got lots of ideas about that. And I'm ready to, try something else to reemerge. I'm not exactly sure where exactly and how, but I spent 13 years on one painting now.
Wait. Did you say 13 or 30?
13.
Okay. Still a lot. Wow.
Yeah, it's almost finished. I think I need to be able to finance a couple more months and then I can finish it.
But that's not 13 years straight. You're sort of picking at it, doing other things, picking at it. Right?
Yeah, because I still have to make a living.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did a lot of commissions I did a lot of work that doesn't exactly represent, like what I yearn to do. Absolutely, what my soul yearns to do. Of course, we all have to.
Yeah, if you got to pay the bills, you got to compromise sometimes. Can't paint your dreams if you're dead from starvation, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. So we got back up a little bit. I jumped ahead. That's my fault. But so you ended up at BYU, you're skiing and studying film. Then how did you end up transitioning into studying painting?
I was in the library and I was looking at a book of old master paintings, and Rembrandt popped up again. He just reemerged in my
He's
life.
haunting your dreams.
And then Vermeer, love Vermeer. And and then also the really strange painters, some painters like Arnold Böcklin. He was Swiss, 19th century painter. And I thought, holy cow, this guy is as weird as I am, if not more.
That's arguable. I don't know, man. We'll have to look him up. I'll let
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, it's like he, Switzerland had like this 19th century tradition of
Yeah.
symbolists, and it was a kind of dark sometimes, a little dark, mysteriously dark. They were obviously, what Carl Jung would say, willing to go into their shadow side and go dig around in their eh, um, subconsciousness, and that's really fascinated me because I never felt that was a bad thing to do. I always felt it's a very important thing to do for an artist, to be willing to go dig around in your shadow and confront it rather than to suppress it, to run away from it, you know?
Yeah. And I'm assuming you're saying to not always just focus on the positive, but really analyze darker thoughts in your life. Is that what you mean by going into the shadows?
Yeah. Um, because, Nietzsche, he got into this thing with that as well. It's like, okay, art is actually a really, really interesting thing, how to explain that. It's like in chiaroscuro, you have light and shadow, right? And then the shadow has a reflected light, and the reflected light illuminates the shadow. And it's such an atmospheric world we all love. We love the shadows because they remind us that we exist in an atmosphere, we exist in space, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the light reminds us that we exist on Earth, that we can touch things. And that is a really, really fascinating aspect of existing in this world where things look like that and they feel like that. And we are in the midst of it and try to make sense of it. But this is like our raw experience, our sensual experience, right? And some cultures, they say, they simplify this whole experience by saying, um, the light is good and the shadow is bad. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's and that never appealed to me. It's too simplistic. It's no, the reflected lights. I mean, the light is fantastic. To be able to touch things and form and to understand form and to the world of understanding also I would put into that. But the world of mystery, of not knowing, of assuming, um, that's the world of the shadow, and also is our chance to become really honest with ourselves, because it's this world where we have to admit we don't know. We
Mm.
just don't know. We can only assume. We can speculate. And I love to dive into that world, especially when I manage to be really, really honest. If I manage to be really, really honest with myself, I dive into this world of shadow, and it's like swimming on the water, you know?
Mm.
It's you, you're you can become a fish there. You can become comfortable there and explore. And it's nothing. So it's very different from what we call evil.
Hmm.
It's very, very separate from that, I find.
So this metaphor of feeling like you're swimming in the shadows. This is like back in the math class. I'm slow. So I want to really understand what you mean by that. Because when you say that, it's like all I can visualize in my own mind is wallowing in pity or something, or you know what I mean? And probably because I'm a product of my culture where, like you had described, light is good, bad is evil. You know what I mean? Light is happy. Did I say bad is evil? Dark is evil. Light is happy. Dark is sad. You know what I mean? So maybe you could expound a little bit more of what you mean by that feeling of being able to swim in the shadows.
Yeah, I mean, Carl Jung describes this really well. He actually thinks that mental health is depending on whether you are willing to go swim there and figure stuff out about yourself that otherwise if you don't figure it out, subconsciously it's always there. That's his theory, like it's there and bothers you and it keeps popping up. And if you keep pushing it away, it starts to gain strength. So actual things that are not negative, if you don't pay attention to them, they become negative and affect your mental health by not paying attention to them. So to me, the shadow is something you dive in, and the reflected light provides you with a lot of information in there. It's not a black nothing. There's all these interesting objects that are also part of who you are as an individual, right? And Carl Jung believed that you, well, I shouldn't, I'm not an expert in Carl Jung. I shouldn't say it like that. I think Carl Jung was trying to say, that's more accurate. He was trying to help people that way, that instead of just simplifying and saying, well, this is my evil part, my evil voice, and I do not want to pay attention to that. In fact, I'm going to fight it, right? I'm going to just, if the more it keeps bothering me, the more I'm going to have to be tough and fight this thing. And he believed that this is very unhealthy for your psyche. So my experience is that he's right. So if I'm willing to dive in there, and like I said, the reflected light's providing all this information in this atmospheric soup. That's why I say it's on the water, right? It is such a beautiful place if you're willing to take a look. It's fantastic.
Is it related to this idea that we don't really have much in these days, that it's best if you have fears to face those fears? And so, because if you don't face those fears, they become more scary, right? But if you face them, eventually you recognize that they're probably not going to harm you. Is it that sort of a thing when diving into the shadows?
Yeah.
Not necessarily literally that, but where you face your negative thoughts and then you start to realize through the reflected lights, as you put it, I'm assuming that's wisdom and insight, that these things don't have to control you. They're not the end all be all.
Exactly.
Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah, I guess if you, let's say someone has a trauma, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people have trauma, and what they're scared of most is to take a look. They are scared. I can't swear. Can I swear
I don't
on
care.
your?
Just don't use the F word. People have whatever.
I was gonna say shit, but
heaven forbid. I'm gonna just put a little like quacking sound over that, just to keep it.
They're scared crapless. there's nothing they're more scared of than to take a look at that trauma. But if they do, they jump into that black hole and they discover that in that black hole there's all this reflected light that's actually illuminating a lot of this that causes the trauma, that caused the trauma. They have to go through all the pain again, and that's really painful. And they probably need professional help for that. That's always a good idea. But then you can take a really close look, and you can, what they call, override it. You can override it with new experiences, but you first have to understand it. You have to see it, understand it, what it is, and then the emotions about the trauma, they change slowly. That's called overriding it with new experiences. For example, if I have a traumatic experience at the checkout in this Swiss grocery store called Migros, right? And I'm clueless of why I feel so crappy every time I want to pay for my groceries, right? So if I find out why, then I can logically understand, I had this experience when I was 5 years old. Now I'm almost 60. It's not real anymore, this experience. But my subconscious is telling me, danger zone, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Totally irrational. So then every time I have a new experience when I pay for my groceries, and I can actually, be funny or, have conversations, and then I'm overriding this old experience, and I'm actually getting better. I can actually become more rational and more peaceful with what is now. That's the idea. And I think that art is an incredible medium, because there's such thing as art therapy. Art is an incredible medium for people to heal. They can heal from crap. Art is very powerful that way, but they have to be courageous and go in there and go dig what's happening inside of them.
Man, you're bringing up all kinds of stuff for me. I feel like I should be paying you like as my shrink right now. You know what's funny? I was just
I'm certainly not a shrink.
No, but you're making me think all these thoughts and dig into my own psyche. So I'm going to be really exposed here right now. But you know what's interesting? I was just telling somebody this just the other day, how strange it is, because as you know, I've had some crazy experiences in the hospital. I nearly died a couple times. And I know that phrase is overused, traumatic. But it was literal. Like they literally said twice, you're probably not going to wake up, say goodbye to your family.
Talk about trauma.
Yeah. And sometimes when I go to the hospital, I feel comforted in the hospital. And I was telling somebody how weird that is, because most people who go through these traumatic events feel like the hospital's a terrible place. Yeah. And as you're talking and thinking, and you're talking about this idea of replacing or overriding your experiences with new positive experiences in that place, I'm reminded of, toward the end of this entire series of events, which lasted about a year, toward the end, after my 8th or 9th of my 10 surgeries, I had these wonderful nurses in the hospital that would bring me food from outside the hospital because the hospital food sucks. They'd like act excited to see me every day. I had a birthday and the whole floor threw me a birthday party. Like they did all these things for me, and it was toward the end of the year. And as you're talking, I'm thinking, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they did it without me even asking. They sort of overrode. Is that a word?
Yeah, I think so.
That trauma that I had 6 months before, 8 months before, and so on. The
Interesting.
psyche is an interesting thing, isn't it? Because I've always thought that
Oh,
was
it's so,
strange. People are like, "You like the hospital?" I'm like, "Yeah." Whenever I go to the hospital, I feel like all warm and fuzzy, like this is a safe place. I nearly died
dude,
there. Isn't that
that's such a beautiful story. It's such an
yeah.
important story.
Yeah, it's
I
interesting,
mean,
huh?
it shows you actually what people can do for each other in order to heal emotionally. It's tremendous what people can do for each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I still think about those nurses. I've emailed a few of them. It was funny. I found one. It was my physical therapist. She was about my age, just a young girl. I was 21. She might have been 22, 23. I looked her up like a year ago and I found her on Facebook. And she's an old lady like I am.
Cool.
I'm an old man now. It was weird to see her. I'm like, I don't know. I was expecting to see this 21 or 23-year-old girl. She's like 50 now or 52. And I
Yeah.
reached out to her and she remembered me. And it was just, I don't know. I still think about it. Yeah, it is amazing what
Mm.
people can do to override someone else's negative experiences. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
they can really help. It's
Hmm.
basically these nurses acted as a therapist for you.
Yeah, in a
You
way.
know,
Yeah.
some people have very positive experiences with their therapists. They can actually help them override their traumas. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, that's cool. That was, I appreciate you bringing all that stuff up. So, how did you end up in New York? I know you
Well,
ended up in New York
this,
Academy.
okay, so I have to tell you, the way to New York was a long one. I went to school altogether for 10 years,
Yeah. I went 13.
which
I
is
got you beat.
crazy. You got, wow.
13. Not all together. A 13 stretch. I took a year off here, a year off there. But yeah, it's crazy.
Okay,
Anyway, go ahead.
okay. So we both should be doctors, right?
Seriously? Yeah.
Yeah, no, so I took, I decided in that moment when I was at the library, I decided, I'm not going to do film. I want to be a painter. And that's when I enrolled in the illustration department because I wanted to be more practical because I was already thinking about getting married and I was worried about money and all that. And
So you decided to
so I
become an
went,
artist?
which is, yeah, it's makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I justified it by going into illustration instead of fine
Yeah,
art,
that
right?
makes sense. Yeah. Did you recognize that at the time, BYU had a great illustration department? Was that part of the draw, seeing that there was some good stuff coming out of there? Or am I wrong? Was it not a good illustration department back then?
Yeah, I think, um, I mean, both the departments, the fine art department and the illustration department, weren't ideal for what I wanted to do.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, it depends on what you want to do with art. Um, for, for me, it wasn't ideal at all.
Oh,
Um, but I did learn a lot of things. I mean, they're excellent teachers, and I would never want to talk them down.
right.
I admired them, and I learned from them, especially Bruce Smith. I will name him because Bruce Smith plays an important role in my development as an artist. Bruce Smith, to me, he was the quintessential artist. Absolutely.
Is he still alive?
Uh, I believe so.
Hmm.
I wonder if he remembers me. I would love to
I'm
be
sure
able
he
to
does.
go visit. He must be quite old now
Yeah.
because he was Bill's. I think he studied with kittens with Bill.
So he's got to be close to 80 now.
Yeah. So Gittens was his teacher. And you know, Bruce Smith, when he wanted to, he could paint academically, but he often purposely didn't. So when I discovered that he could paint like that, um, I kind of got in a fight with him. I told him that you're not teaching me what you know. And he said, well, because I don't feel like it matters. It's not important to be able to do that. And I just totally disagreed. And then he started to dig, well, what do you want to do? you know, what is it? What's your vision? And so I told him all about my dreams and about the Rembrandt technique and Vermeer and the old guys how they used to paint. And he looks at me with this Bruce Smith look, and he said, "Well, Patrick, you're in the wrong school. You're in the wrong place." And I
That's pretty humble
and
of him.
he is humble. I mean, the way he was amazing to me. To
Mm-hmm.
this day, I learned so much from him about not taking yourself too seriously. Maybe sometimes almost too much about that. And then I had to remind myself that if you don't take yourself serious enough, you stop
Right.
being an artist, you know? But he really, I mean, Bruce Smith is like the opposite extreme of so many now famous, world famous artists who were so into themselves. Like, you know, their signature became the most important thing on the piece. And Bruce Smith is the opposite, the very opposite.
Mm.
He really, he really had like this huge impact on me. And then he goes, "Well, you're in the wrong school." I say, "Well, do you know a place where I could learn these things?" And then he told me about Richard Lack. And he gave me a brochure with from Richard Lack's school. And make a long story short, I took my whole family and moved to Minneapolis.
Whole family. So at this point, you are married and kids?
Mm-hmm.
No kidding.
Two babies that drove to Minneapolis.
Wait, so was this the early 90s?
This was, yes, this was in 1990.
Wow. No kidding.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And then I went to study with Annette Lussier. She had like a satellite school for Richard Lack. Annette had started
This is
her own
early. This
atelier.
is like the first ateliers popping up then. You really were right at the
Mm-hmm.
beginning of it.
Yeah. And and I studied with Annette. Annette was a really good friend. Really, that became a very close friendship. Became a very close friendship. And then I also studied with Steve Levine. You know, you've heard of Steve Levine,
I
right?
know the name. I can't picture the work, but
Oh, you like it.
yeah, I'm sure I would. I'll
It's
look him up.
amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing dude. Um, and then it was really funny. Richard Lack, he got, I think he was interested in the fact that I was Swiss and I had weird ideas to paint.
Hmm.
Because he was the president of the Jungian's society in Minneapolis as well.
The Jung
But
Yings?
at
What is that?
Jungian, Carl
Oh,
Jung,
Jung. Oh, Carl Jung. Oh, so he was into philosophy, is what you're saying.
yeah, it's sort of Carl Jung was a psychologist,
Mm-hmm.
and it bleeds into philosophy. You
Right.
know, psychology and philosophy, they're brother and sister, so
Yeah. Okay.
they bleed into each other. Um, yeah, and so because at the time when I got there, Richard Luck had a brain tumor,
Mm.
and he didn't teach anymore. But I was really lucky because I think because of that, because he was fascinated with my ideas, and because uh, I was Swiss, and he couldn't believe that I didn't know who Carl Jung was.
Really?
That was mind blowing to him. As a Swiss person, I had no idea. And he says, "Do you realize that in your imagery, in your ideas, that because I would always do all these ideas early in the morning at the atelier, you know, the sketches and the ideas for paintings and do small sketches." And he says, "Do you realize that you use archetypal symbols?" And I'm like, "What's that?"
Really?
Yeah, I hadn't studied all that stuff.
Do you think you
But
might have
he
picked it
claimed
up subconsciously somewhere?
that's what he thought. He was like, Carl Jung is right because he said that people are born with this stuff.
No, no. Okay,
He's
so he
right.
didn't think that. He thought it was in your DNA, not that you picked it up somewhere.
That's what amazed him, that I hadn't picked it up, but
Really?
I still express myself in that way, you know?
I believe that's possible. I think the golden mean is programmed into all of us.
Yeah, they're connected generationally, like even they're symbols that were used 5,000 years ago, 500 years ago, and just keep popping up,
But do you think they're
which,
popping up because people are seeing them in their environment, whether they know it or not, or are they popping up because we are all connected in some way, as you put it, on some ethereal or spiritual or genetic level?
yeah, I think it could be, we can talk ourselves into any kind of story, you
Mm-hmm.
know. People, we humans, we are storytellers, and we like stories to make them from, especially the ones that make us feel good about our existence. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, um, I think we need to stay honest. We just need to say, um, I assume, I think, I feel, my perception tells me. As long as we do that,
I totally
we're,
agree.
we're fine.
Because no
We're,
one really knows, right?
yeah.
No one knows how these things really work.
Yeah, these things, they exist in the ocean, in the shadows. That's what I was talking about. And fast conclusions, they just never hold up. It always is more complex than we think it is. All of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think he is more complex than we could ever imagine. Um, our interconnectedness, the way humans have a collective consciousness. Um, Now I can hardly see you.
That's
I
okay.
like I like it
They
better when I
they want to
when I
see you though. Everyone wants to see you. Everyone's sick of looking at my face.
see if your face is just right next to mine, then I can look at you and not then I
All
don't
right.
see me.
All right, I'll put it back. I want to make a special exception for you because we're old friends.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Um, yeah, definitely. I think this is super, super important for us artists too. It's like, okay, so when you talk about quality in art, what constitutes quality in art? And one of those things that I think that constitutes quality in art, one of those things is our ability to be an authentic self, an honest, authentic self that communicates, that is trying to communicate. To me, an artist is a herd member who steps out of the herd, just like a philosopher does. You step out of the herd and you observe from the outside. You look into that herd from the outside and you contemplate. And then you return to the herd and say, hey, check this out. This is what I think. What's happening here?
Hmm.
You know? And I think that's beautiful. That's a beautiful, important thing. And no matter what kind of art you make, this can stand true. This can work. No matter if you paint flowers, this can still remain true.
Hmm.
If you're yeah, it doesn't really depend on the art form. It can be authentic if it's honest. If you practice honest self-reflection, I think this is sort of our job. I see this as our job to speak our truth, but then take responsibility and say, "Oh, it's not more than that, and it's not less than that. It's what I think. It's what I feel."
Yeah. Yeah. When you say our truth, I'm assuming what you mean is our perspective, the way we see the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
our perception.
Our perception, right? Yeah, and it's interesting because your paintings are so metaphorical, and you've had several great metaphors in this discussion, and I love this herd one. It makes a lot of sense because it's really easy to get trapped in the herd. It's really easy to start getting this group think, and whether that be in a creative endeavor where you're just sort of following the vein, the creative vein that's in the culture right now. Even fashion, I've always found fashion really interesting. It's like, and I'm not making fun of it. I am laughing a little bit because it is sort of strange in my mind, but I've got friends that are really, really into fashion. I mean, it's like they will, they'll read all the magazines on what this is in this season. And that's what they'll wear. But I'm not sure if these people have given much thought to the fact that they're being told by some person out there who decided that this is the thing that you're supposed to wear. Some designer, somebody in the fashion world just decided that this season they're going to do this. They're going to sell this, and then they put it in magazines, and everyone just follows. Not everyone, but a bunch of people just follow, right?
Yeah.
And it's just weird. Human nature is so strange that way. And like, why is that in style this year? That doesn't make any sense. All we're doing is covering our nakedness, right? But yet, as human beings, we do have this sort of herd mentality where we just sort of follow that vein, whether it be style, whether it be like actual style that we wear, right? Or what we paint, what's in now in the painting world. I mean, it's everywhere. It's in every aspect of our lives. Even food, it seems like, sort of changes with the times. Everything. But I like it as a true artist. It seems like if you're truly authentic, then at some point, if not always in your life, you have to be stepping out of the herd and looking in and going and kind of seeing the ridiculousness of it all. And then trying to figure out what's really happening and what's real, and then respond creatively, whatever that means.
Yes. And you not only see the ridiculousness of it, but you also see the beauty of it.
Yeah.
You have a chance to see how beautiful people are.
Yeah.
You actually have a chance how beautiful individuality is. Like the fact that you are different from me elevates my quality of life. This is an incredible thing that we can do when we step out of the herd. We can actually discover so much beauty and problems, of course. And humans have this huge problem to compare themselves in order to place value. And it really does a lot of damage. And I think in the art world, that's happening all over the place too, unfortunately. We have to compare ourselves. We have to understand this. We have to compare ourselves to gain a sense of who we are. I need Jeff HEIN in order to know who I am.
That's true.
I need you to be different than me.
How I am defines how you are. We only know ourselves by our differences. Yeah.
Exactly. This is our connection.
Yeah. And it's, wouldn't you say, I mean, it's not just human beings. I mean, that phrase top dog comes to mind. And I've got a couple of dogs. Top dog.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I've got a couple of dogs. And it's just interesting how there's, well, like you said, this herd mentality. Dogs are social creatures. They want to be around other dogs. And when they're your pets, you're their other dogs, right? And they just need that. And human beings are the same way. But if we didn't compare ourselves to one another and we didn't strive to, let's say, be the top dog or be the leader of the pack, then society would get progressively more mediocre. I mean, there is some good in that comparison because we need to, if all of us are trying to be the best that we can relative to our peers, then we all elevate, right? If all of us, you know what I mean? So it can be healthy to a point, right? To compare, don't you think? But not so
Absolutely.
much so that we're like, oh my gosh, I suck. I don't even want to try anymore.
Even competition can be a healthy thing,
Right.
which competition is only a healthy thing if it helps a person for personal growth. And it only does that if that person realizes that the comparison to other people happens for orientation, not for value.
Oh, that's a good point. Is it just me or the rest of you guys also get weirdly excited when you order new paint? Because I don't know about you, but when I get paint in the mail, it feels like Santa just dropped my Christmas presents off at my doorstep. With Vasari paint, my paint of choice and the podcast sponsor, it's even more exciting. And let me show you why. Because when Vasari shows up, it comes in this incredible box where each tube lays in this little compartment perfectly formed around the tube in this nice soft foam. And it's surrounded by velvet, red velvet. Now you got to ask yourself, if a paint comes so carefully protected and surrounded by red velvet, you got to wonder if this paint is worthy of royalty. It is. Vasari is. So if you haven't tried Vasari, you're seriously missing out. And the thing about Vasari, it's not only the best paint out there, it's also made by an incredible company that's been around for 30 years and knows its customer by name. Do yourself a favor, go to VasariColors.com and order yourself some for your next painting. So when you succeed, doesn't mean you're better than the people that you've technically won the race, so to speak, over, but it just means maybe you should be grateful that they were there to give you a bar, to set the bar for you, right?
Absolutely. It's like, coming from sports, from competitive sports, I swore to myself, this is where Bruce Smith comes in, because Bruce Smith said, he changed his mind later and he said, don't go study academically. And I go, why? He says, they'll ruin you. And this is what he meant. What he meant is that atelier people were trying to resurrect the 19th century. And that was a very competitive place where I call these people art elites.
Yeah, there's some of that out there.
Not art elites, but art elites,
right.
Coming from athlete. And I swore.
No, okay, I get it. Not okay. So there are people that are striving for greatness, not people who think they're all that.
Yeah, striving for greatness, but doing it in a way like, it's like I was. Sometimes I felt like, especially when I got my master's in New York, I realized, holy cow! Now I've learned for 4 years about accuracy, and now I discover I got to be fast. I got to be fast because the New York Academy was so fast, and so I had to take my skill as a ski racer. And every time we drew from the figure, it was like at the ski race in the starting gate. It felt just like that. And guess what? And Bruce Smith comes in and he goes, see, I told you. They're ruining you.
So how do you feel about that? Did you ever feel like on any level that they ruined you?
No. No, because if you are aware of something, if you are aware, you have your own individuality to rescue you from the herd. You also have other individuals you can learn from, individual without being devoured by the herd.
Yeah.
And then you can rescue that situation, but you need to be aware that humans will go into competition for the wrong reason, they will abuse the principle of competition, you know, and they actually will end up damaging themselves and other people. So, so especially in art, this is true, because art is so much more to me than sports that way. Art is a very deep dive into existence. That's very, very important for people, especially people who work academically, that they do not neglect this awareness, this constant awareness, why they give their best, why they want to learn how to draw super well. Why? Just always ask why.
Oh my gosh, I'm
And
so glad you said that. I was literally just thinking that the reason you made it out unscathed, and this is coming from someone who teaches academic. I'm not opposed to academic training. I am absolutely supportive of it. So don't get me wrong, but a lot of people don't come out unscathed because they go in without a purpose. They don't have a vision of what they want to do. The becoming great at drawing is the end all be all. That's it. That's the end. And that to me would be like if you want to be a filmmaker only because you want to learn how to point a camera and arrange a light, like instead of actually telling a story. It seems so ridiculous when you think of it like that, right? Who wants to become a filmmaker just for all the technical stuff? You want to tell a story. But a lot of when in art, you work so hard to become good at drawing and painting, it's really easy to fall into that trap where that is the end all be all because it was so hard to get there. And then if you're not careful, that becomes your whole identity. And then you stop telling stories and you're just showing off. You know, and you definitely came out unscathed in that way.
I don't know if
Oh, yes, you did, man. I mean, no one tells stories like you do. You know, no one does. In fact, that's a good segue. We should look at your work here. Okay. So I'm anxious to, you know, I've never had a sculptor on because I don't know a lot about sculpture. I mean, I've done some sculpture, but I don't feel like I've done enough of it to ask educated questions. So you're going to get my feet wet a little bit here today because I do want to talk about your sculpture and hopefully I won't come off too ignorant. Okay, let's start with this one. Tell me about, I want to talk about technique because I want to know about this and how you're applying paint. But first of all, I'm curious, is this one of those paintings? Is this one of those ones that's inspired by your dreams?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this one I've been working on for 13 years almost.
13 years.
Yeah, this one is like definitely has a lot to do with my dreams, but also with research, has to do with history. It has to do with what's really important to me, you know.
Anything you could share? Or is it too personal?
Oh, I'll totally share. Probably
So
more
tell
than
us
you
about
want
it.
me to.
No, I want to know about it. This is definitely mysterious.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't know, but in Europe, women and children were burned, mostly women and children were burned at the stake for 300 years.
For what purpose?
Imagine that, 300 years.
Right.
Because they were accused of witchcraft.
Oh, right.
And so 13 years ago, I read a book about a little girl, Katharina Schmidling.
Mm-hmm.
And she's close from the region where I grew up in. And Katharina was killed when she was 11 years old. She was accused of witchcraft because she claimed she could make birds out of clay come alive. You know, she was probably bragging to other children about it.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole thing became very political. It's a long story. I could talk about this for a long time. Obviously, the life of every person is, you know, very complex. But she ended up collateral damage in a political scheme of one of the magistrates of the city of Lucerne. And so when I was reading that book, I thought of my daughter when she was 11. And it just unleashed something inside of me. It unleashed this painting. And the painting is all about, this, the capacity that humans have to hate, to love, to have empathy. The chiaroscuro of the human mind, the light and shadow of our personalities. And yeah.
So what are some specific examples of this? Like, for example, what does this mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, here I'm thinking of I can hardly see it. Can you show again which part you?
It looks like almost like the Virgin Mary holding a Christ figure, but the Christ figure is a skeleton of a Satan head, like with horns, but also a halo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, this whole idea of good and evil really takes on a complexity in the face of this historic event. I mean, how in the world can people agree on, they estimate about 60,000 women and children being killed. How can the people who have power of decision making over other people's lives, how can they come to a place where they can agree on something like this? I find that absolutely horrific and at the same time fascinating. So I've been really been thinking about the complexity of the idea of good and evil, and how all humans are partially victims and partially perpetrators. So we're all both, And then the idea of compassion, which is on the other side of that painting, that we can talk about that a little later. There's another symbolic figure for the compassion, but this woman there, her compassion is beyond pointing fingers. It's like she has detached from having to find someone to blame, she has even compassion with the evil doer.
What an interesting way to interpret that.
I put the horns and the halo there because we have both. Yeah, all of us. We also, we have this capacity to be incredibly compassionate. I believe most of us have that. And at the same time, we have our dark side that is capable of all kinds of other things. And then the question becomes, how do we deal with that? How do we deal with our dark side? And that really interests me. And this is what this painting is actually really about. It's like, how do we reach psychological health in the face of living in a world where we're exposed to awful things, I mean, imagine if you had to watch someone burned alive. You have to stand there and you have to watch. You're forced to. what is that going to do with you? What are you going to do about it?
You mean after the fact? Assuming you can't do anything about the burning. You're saying, what do you do with your emotions?
Right. I guess you could do something about the burning. You could start actively trying to prevent it, and then you probably end up being burned too. I mean, it's an option. So think about yourself having to stand there and watch that, and what it does with you, you know? To be confronted with such incredible hatred. I think that's what fascinates me. And that I painted this painting because I want smart people to talk about this subject. I want it to be kind of like a stimuli for conversation, historians, because this is a part of history that is neglected tremendously.
Well, and it's hardly history, it's today. I mean, it's human nature.
Yeah, that's why it has an airplane in there.
Yeah.
And the computer is in there as well, just to say that, this hasn't changed at all.
And it's a conflict I think most people go through on some level to varying degrees, and maybe that conflict looks different for each individual. But I look at that figure and I think to myself, I'm not even thinking about what you intended, but when I look at it, is that saying to me that it's important to have compassion for evil or love evil or both? Do you know what I mean? Should we embrace evil for the sake of compassion? Should we love people despite the evil but not accept the evil? And that's a very complicated question. Even in politics today, I mean, it's a huge thing now. Like, do we arrest people that steal $1,000 or less? Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and in the name of compassion, there are places that they don't. Right? Is that the right answer? Are we supposed to love the sin and the sinner, or love the sinner?
These are incredibly difficult questions to answer. And it goes into psychology, it goes into philosophy. These are the age-old questions about good and evil, about what it means to be human, what it means to be an animal, what it means to be a tree, what it means to be on this planet, and what it means to be placed into this good and evil soup that it's a complicated matter, because sometimes, what's good in one moment is bad in another moment, and what's evil in one moment is maybe a very different thing in another moment.
Not to mention, two people disagree on the definitions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This painting has really led me to the thought that maybe the most loving thing that we can do is peacefully disagree.
Do you find that you solve a lot of problems in your own mind, intellectually and morally, by painting paintings like this, or do they just leave you with more questions?
They cause me to be more and more careful with answers. Yeah. That's why, peacefully disagree, I think, is so incredibly, it is an act of love. Because it's almost like if you take yourself too serious. This is true in art too. I mean, as an artist, if you take yourself too serious, you don't learn, right? If you don't take yourself serious enough, you exit the creative process. you don't have enough passion to enter that world anymore. You don't feel the urge to communicate anymore, you know? So you have to take your own perception serious enough to communicate. But then it's absolutely super important that you stay honest and you say, this is my perception. Nothing more, nothing less. And that honesty is actually your freedom, you know? Because this painting is also a lot about freedom, because I personally, in my perception, love and freedom are absolutely together. They're brother and sister.
So that is such a great thought. It's a beautiful thought. But what I think when I hear that, or what comes to mind, is we live in a society, though. So it's like the society is a larger organism. And it seems that if the answer is always just peacefully disagree, then how does society function? If we're all peacefully disagreeing independently, nothing will ever get done, good or evil. So at some point, it seems like society has to come to some conclusion, some agreements. That's the tricky part to me.
That's called compromise.
Right.
I mean,
but in order to compromise,
peacefully disagree can lead to compromises.
Oh, okay. That's a valid point. Right.
Yeah, it's the idea of democracy. Yeah.
So
Right?
yeah, right. The key is being peaceful enough to listen and willing to let some of your ideals go for the sake of maintaining peace.
Yeah, idealism is a dangerous thing and often not very loving after a while. The more convinced you become of your ideals, the more you're in danger to become judgmental of other ideas.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So that's why I think the ability for people to discuss and listen to each other, to listen to the different viewpoint on something, is a very loving thing to do. To be interested in the other and not so full of yourself, you know?
Right.
To actually listen.
What does that mean, listen, though? What does that mean? Does that mean just lend your ear? Or does that mean compromise?
Well, to really listen is to be actually really interested in what is being said.
Right, because I could listen.
And
let's say you said something I completely disagreed with. Let's say let's say we have a completely different view on a certain area that one would consider a moral issue, right? And we completely are polar opposites on that. So what does that mean for me to listen to your perspective on that moral issue? Does it mean I have to let go of my moral stance on that? Or does it mean I just have to listen and then walk away having compromised nothing? Right? I guess the reason I ask is because it's not that I disagree with you. It's that I think it's so much more complicated than just listening, because we can listen, but if we walk away still disagreeing, we've solved nothing.
Of course, I mean, the listening part is the first step towards a compromise that is hopefully intelligent and fair and
so
just.
Listening does mean willingness to compromise. I guess that's what I'm getting at. So if you listen without a willingness to compromise,
it's going to have to, because you coexist, you know?
Right.
We are all herd members, whether we want it or not. It's like, you know, you can wish your herd membership away all you want. It's not going to happen. But you can step out of the herd and observe and go back to the herd and make a contribution that hopefully is helpful to other herd members. That's your hope. But the minute you're stepping out of the herd, you go back and your contribution, and you make it in a way that violates other herd members' sense of independence or violates their freedom, you got a problem. It's not a loving thing to do. So then you have exited the love department. I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
because it becomes, there's many forms of violence. It becomes violent when you try to impose yourself in a non-loving way, impose your views and your ideas in a non-loving way. It's exactly what happened here. I mean, the people who burnt these so-called witches, they did this in the name of God, in the name of a loving God. Imagine that.
It's fear. Fear is really what drives that kind of hatred.
Fear of the unknown is probably our biggest fear, besides being cut off from the herd entirely. I think I read that somewhere. That is our greatest fear, is to be totally cut off from the herd. So in other words, total loneliness is probably our biggest fear. But I think fear of the unknown is second in line. So the question also again becomes, I would love psychologists to take on this part of history and analyze it. What actually happened here, I would love to sit there and listen to them.
They're never going to be right, though. You know how that stuff goes.
No, but
it's
they
like
can stimulate your brain,
No,
they can
it's true.
stimulate your brain.
It's true.
There's so many smart people out there.
There are, but there's so much that's unknowable, You just can't get in the hearts of people. You can only speculate as to why people act the way they do.
Yes.
So tell me about the guy with the blown up head and the book in his neck. And this guy, what is this about? That's wild.
He's brainwashed.
That's it. He's brainwashed. He's got
what happened is the guy who's screaming right next to him.
Down on the ground?
Yeah, the priest.
Yeah.
His name, he's a figure from history. His name was Heinrich Kramer.
Mm-hmm.
And Heinrich Kramer wrote a book called The Hammer of the Witches. And it's basically an encyclopedia how to find witches, torture them, and kill them.
Are you kidding me?
I read that book. It took me about 2 years to make it through it. It's pure evil.
It's literally a how-to book on how to find witches and kill them.
Yeah, and torture them. So they didn't just kill them, they tortured them.
But did people even read back then? I mean, how were they distributing this book? Wasn't this before the printing press that they had the witches?
Well, this book circulated for a long time. And there were years during the medieval time, not medieval, this is later. There were years where there were more copies of the Malleus Maleficarum, it's called, the Hammer of the Witches. There were more copies of that sold than the Bible.
Holy crap, you're kidding me.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Yes, it's just astonishing part of history. And a lot of people don't know. It's just been put under the rug because it's so embarrassing.
Oh, it's just, maybe. You're probably right. But also, it's not the kind of thing anyone wants to talk about. I mean, that's not really dinner table
most
talk.
Awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most awful thing.
So
that little, the book has replaced his brain, Yeah, I guess to be able to, to do the kinds of things that these employees from the state had to do, chop people's heads off, innocent people's heads off. What is left of a person who chooses that as a profession?
Yeah, I can't
Um,
imagine.
that
I
was a
mean,
regular profession back then,
you'd have to either be totally on board and feel like and convince yourself you're doing good,
Hmm.
or you'd be a mess. It doesn't seem
Yes,
like there's a in between possible there.
yes, yeah. So for me, this painting is almost finished. I have a couple months on it. Um, for me, it was super important to not wanting to point fingers uh, at the bad guys, but I also didn't want to.
Yeah, because then you'd be breaking
Um,
your own, or you'd be contradicting yourself, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Hmm. That's why this figure there with the horns and the halo is very important, because it actually invites the viewer not to be so angry at whoever did this, but actually invites the viewer to towards self-reflection.
Mm-hmm.
It's like whenever we start to point fingers and we seek someone to blame, it's a lack of self-reflection. That's a dangerous statement. It's so general, but it could be correct. I'll put it that way. There's something to it. How about that?
So,
Yeah.
all right. So I want to know about your process a little bit now. So you've got this grisaille in here, and then you've got these incredibly rich shadows, which I'm assuming are just a really transparent glaze, that you're working the shadows just really thin and transparent, and then working the lights very opaque.
Yeah, uh, I always keep my shadows um, what I call mystical. Uh, and it's like shadows, the transparency of shadows suggests that we live in space. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it reminds us that the Earth is in a galaxy, and the galaxy is in an even bigger space in the universe, and that it, I try to express that in the shadows. Whereas in the lights, I try to express that we are on Earth and we can touch things.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to accentuate these two things, to contrast them.
Hmm.
And it gives it a certain aesthetic quality that I love.
So did we talk about this last week? Did I publicly give you credit for teaching me about that principle of transparent to opaque?
I think you did.
I can't
Yeah.
remember. Yeah, I think I did.
We talked about this long phone call we had once.
That's right. Yeah. Man, that is such an important principle that seriously, it was a game changer for me. Such a game changer. But I wonder if you could expound on it a little bit.
Yes.
Maybe you could pretend I don't know it, and then explain it to me again. Exactly how to use and balance opacity and transparency in a paint to maximize the illusion of form.
Hmm. I think this is the most difficult thing there is, because it also has to do with color.
Mm-hmm.
And color is a huge problem in art. Um, because the way color behaves in nature, it's so complex that it's not paintable. Not even the Impressionists could paint color the way it really functions.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they attempted to paint sunlight, which is a whole different story, but still. Um, I'm so fascinated with the Venetians, because the Venetians lived in Venice, and they had a lot of moisture in the air, right? And so they could actually see broken color. So broken color, what that means is when you have a warm color and a cool color, and they have exactly the same value, and they are next to each other, it starts to vibrate.
Mm-hmm.
And but at the same time, um, apart from that, everything we look at has a warm-cool play. And because all painting is actually abstract, right? So you have this problem of, we found a way to express form quite effectively in painting. But if you express the form optimally well, usually, almost all the time, the color suffers. And that's because we see these tiny little pixels, right? Everywhere. And they're always warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, cool. And I should say warmish, coolish, right? Because there's infinite amount of possibilities of what that looks like. And the Venetians, they actually came up with a method where they would combine form and color in a way that I find astonishing.
Okay.
And that's what I'm doing in this painting.
So I want to know more about that, because I think I know what you're saying, because I think it's something that I really find difficult about painting, sense applying some of these principles. But you said that when you maximize form, or when you're really focused on getting good form, and what I think you mean by that is really rendering good edges, right? Making sure that there are nice transitions as you move across the form, as the light falls across the form. Then you lose that spontaneity in the color, where you have that optical mixing of warms and cools of the same value, because it just, due to the nature of brushing those edges, you lose that spontaneity.
Bites itself.
Yeah. That is exactly the struggle that I have in optical mixing. It's like, okay, now I got to turn this form, but I have to maintain that flutter of color. It's really hard to do.
Yeah. It's a huge problem, because that's why in all of art history there were the colorists and there were the academicians. And the academicians would always sacrifice the truth of color for form. And the colorists, they would push that. They would push color. They would sometimes sacrifice form for color.
I think that's what I do more. I mean, I try and get both, but I really want that color.
You really want that color.
I really want that color. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to get both, though. But it's doable, though, right? Tell us about, well, so how's this Venetian thing work? Is this the solution to the problem? Is that what you're saying?
It's a very difficult thing to learn. It's so hard to do, because it's based on optical grays.
Okay.
So what happens with oil, if you paint lighter over darker, whatever you mixed on your palette is going to turn cool on you. So the Venetians took that fact and they celebrated it. So what this means is they celebrated it, especially in the halftones. What it means is that you actually don't, what's happening in your halftones is actually happening on your painting. As you apply your paint onto the painting, it turns cool on you. So let's say that's why lead white is so important in this method. So you have a lead white chunk that's pinkish, right? You put that on your painting that is now too dark. Like, do you see how high key this person is there?
The dude in the front
right now,
the buff guy.
The dude in the front, yeah.
Is that you, by the way? That's you, isn't it? That's you, isn't it?
How I used to be.
That's you. That's your body, though. You posed for that.
That's my body.
Yeah,
how it used to be. Yeah, I don't look like that anymore.
I remember you were so jacked. Not to get off
I was pretty
topic.
jacked, yeah.
Those big old traps you were like wings. That was awesome. Anyway, not to get off topic.
Yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, so
Um,
like that guy, what were you doing with that dude?
I put a wash over him.
Just in the lights, though.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. I So the wash means you have no painting medium. You don't need any painting medium. I use 50% Zap Green and 50% transparent brown oxide, and I mix them, and then I just stipple it over the whole over all the lights. So now you have, instead of it being too light, you have it too dark. And after a while, you learn how dark it has to be, so your optical grace will actually happen. And I
Wait,
start
so
with the
why
halftones.
sap green and burnt umber? That's pretty green in the end, isn't it?
Transparent brown oxide.
Oh,
Transparent.
brown oxide. Why did I hear burnt umber? Okay, I'm clueless. So brown oxide is quite a red brown, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're
Yeah,
getting a neutral out of that.
I neutralize it, I cool it down with the green.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a more beautiful brown.
Yeah.
It's not as reddish.
Okay, so you
Even though
paint it
sometimes
really high key and then you knock it back and make it too dark with a
Exactly.
glaze.
Not a glaze. There's no painting medium in it. That's really important.
So it's just a dry scumble over the whole thing. Very thin application.
Yes, I
Why is it so important to not use medium?
because of the fat over lean principle, especially in this method. In this method, it's really important not to use paint
Gotcha.
medium too soon, because the painting has to be hungry to have so many layers, right?
Mm. Now, what if you're using a drying medium, though? Something petroleum based, like a Liquin or a Neo Megilp or. Got a real purist on the channel here. So you're just all about oil. That's it. None of those drying
Liquin is plastic, okay? It's plastic.
Okay, but there's an argument for that, though. I don't use Liquin, so I'm just playing devil's advocate, but I probably do use what you'd consider plastic sometimes. But there's an argument for that. I mean, plastic, if we all died tomorrow and then some alien came down and populated the earth 200 years from now, the only thing left standing would be plastics.
Yeah, but how is it standing?
I don't know.
It's very brittle. Plastic is very brittle. Have you ever seen old plastic, what it does?
Well, yeah, but old plastic, wasn't it different than modern plastics? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess you'd have to find out what Liquin is made out of.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not arguing with you about it. I have no idea, but I know that a lot of artists like yourself are very skeptical of contemporary modern materials, and
yeah.
And I'm not convinced. I don't know. But you know what? Your argument, which I would assume is your argument, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the way you're painting has been around for 500 years. And if you paint it right and you do it on, let's say, copper or something, it'll be uncracked and completely unfettered and in perfect condition in 500 more years. Right? I would assume that's your argument because there's evidence of it. We've seen it happen.
Yeah, but yeah, of course, that's the hope. The hope is the permanence, but also for some of these techniques to work, why would you not want to use the same materials as they had to make it work? Because if you're interested in a similar effect that they got, why wouldn't you want to use the same materials?
That's a very good point. So for those, myself and those listening, yeah, it would seem kind of, if that's the result that you want, it would seem ridiculous to try and reinvent the wheel. That's a valid point. But I guess the only reason I asked that question, though, is, you're stippling, right? You're stippling, so what you're really doing is you're creating a lot of microscopic dots to cover up that next layer. But I guess that's what pigment is anyway. They're dots floating in oil, right? So I guess that's the same thing anyway. But I guess, let's say that one of these mediums does work well. Let's say that it does. And it doesn't crack because you're not necessarily breaking the laws of fat over lean. Then would there be any advantage to it? Speed, maybe? Maybe
I have no idea. I've never tried it.
A more
probably
even
never will.
coating. I'm not trying to convince you to change it. I'm just curious. Okay, so let's go back to how it was done and how it should be done, how you do it. So you've got this grisaille, high key, and then you stipple on this darker greenish brown, neutral brown. And then what?
Then the whole magic of lead white comes into play.
Okay, hold on. I got a question. Sorry. The fat over lean thing. The fat over lean thing's really got me curious because you'd be so ashamed of me because I do use modern materials. And in fact, I even paint on plastic. I paint on ABS like Bill. But
only your small things.
Only my small stuff, yeah. But smallish. Sometimes it gets pretty big, but not too big. Not like this that I'm painting. Not this 10-footer. Obviously, it's canvas. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh, so your first layer. If your second layer is just pigment, really dry, right? Because it's stippled, so it's obviously pretty dang dry. Then what is your first layer? Is your first layer more with solvent in order to reduce the oil content even further? Or you don't use solvent?
I don't use it.
Okay,
there's enough. I find because I do my underpaintings all with lead. Okay. And there's plenty of oil in there. I can beautifully model the form without adding anything to that.
But there's no conflict because the base layer has more oil just because it's applied thicker. Because the ratio of oil to pigment is still the same. That's what I'm wondering. Is that the case? Since the ratio, even though the paint's applied thicker on the base layer, the ratio of oil to pigment's the same. So even though you're stippling the next layer and it's technically thinner, it's still got the same oil to pigment ratio. So you don't have to worry about it not being archival, right?
Well, see, the thing is, it's also a lead ground, which is very absorbent. And if you don't add any painting medium, everything is just going to go, just going to get absorbed.
Oh, okay.
It's like transparent brown oxide and terre verte or sap green, they have so much oil in them, but you can see how that just gets sucked out. It just disappears and it dries really fast.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So what's the
third? At some level, your painting is gonna crack. Oil paint will crack no matter what you do.
Even if I've heard that some of those old paintings painted on copper are still like they were painted yesterday.
Really?
I've heard that.
Yeah, the Rubenses too. Like some Rubens paintings, they're not cracked, which is a total mystery.
I think I saw a Rembrandt painting once that was on copper that was as good as it. And because
it's like new.
Oh yeah, it was like new. And my understanding is, and if people know more about this, it'd be nice to hear it in the comments. But my understanding is there's this kind of incredible chemical bond that oil paint has to copper. And since copper moves so little compared to other organic materials, like particularly canvas, which is terrible because it moves so much. And then even wood will move a bit, actually quite a bit. But when you paint on copper, it's so stable that the paint itself there would have to be something else happening in the painting to make it move, which would be painting improper technique, like you're suggesting you don't do, which would be not using the principle of fat over lean.
I hope.
Right.
I hope I don't.
So technically, if you do the fat over lean thing correctly and you do it to on a substrate that never moves, then the painting won't move and therefore it won't crack. That's the theory that I've heard. I think I'm really curious about it. Let's just Google it real quick. Do you mind?
Well, the whole thing of fat over lean, the thing is that the more oil the layers have, the more they're going to move.
Right. So you don't want the lower layers to move faster or more than the top layers, right? Yeah, right.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. If you do that method correctly and on a substrate that doesn't move, then you're smooth sailing because it technically should never crack. That's the theory I've heard.
The theory.
I'm going to Google it real quick. Old paintings. What would I Google? Old paintings on copper. Many early artists favored work on copper. Mm-hmm. Yeah, on close range, one rarely noticed the cracked surface known as, what is that? Crack-allure? Guess I've heard that before.
Craquelure.
Crack-allure? Especially compared to those on canvas. So apparently, at least according to the first link, it's at least minimized dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's
Fascinating,
not.
yeah.
Maybe it's not perfect. But I know I have a painting. So here's the thing. It's not to get way off on a tangent here, but one thing that's frustrated me, and I'd love your thoughts on this, but I've got two paintings that are done completely traditional, like all the methods. They're done. They're not mine. I bought them from another artist, and they are done on linen with rabbit skin glue on oil primed fat over lean. In fact, this artist paints quite thin. But this artist probably only doesn't even have more than one layer. It might be only two max, probably not even that, probably just one on. So the fat over lean thing is probably not even relevant.
Right.
But when they're shipped from back east to Utah because of the rabbit skin glue and the moisture change made the painting dimple and twist and even crack. So I had to, just in the shipping across the country, I had to bring a brand new painting that I just bought to a conservator and have it fixed and reinforced on a stiffer substrate.
Yeah.
So there are some disadvantages to those old materials.
Yes, I totally believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tricky. But which is part of the reason why I love that ABS stuff. But hopefully I'm not wrong about it. But again, I just do it on canvas when I paint big, just like you do. You paint on linen probably though, right?
Yeah, I like to glue the linen on a surface to protect the
so then
paint.
you prevent all that stuff. Do you paint on acrylic or lead primed white?
I prime everything myself with lead.
So that means you have to use rabbit skin glue.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do, but it's probably not going to be the same issue with yours because it's backed on something. So if you were to ship yours to me, it probably wouldn't be an issue. I wouldn't think.
I hope so.
I wouldn't think.
I guess we would see.
Yeah, well, you've come back and forth. You've come back and forth from Europe, and have you seen any issues with your paintings?
Yeah, I sent a whole huge container over to Switzerland. In fact, I had primed the canvas for this big painting that we just looked at. That was primed in the States. And I had it shipped. And it was actually sitting in a harbor for half a year where there's lots of moisture and all that. And it all came to Switzerland without any problems.
Was it backed on substrates or were they rolled up?
Yeah, it was backed on substrate.
I wonder if that's the key. Or maybe I just got a couple of bad paintings. I just have to take a minute to thank each one of my generous patrons for your part in keeping this podcast going. I could not continue to do it without you, so thank you so much. If you're not a patron yet, but you love the show and you listen regularly, please consider becoming a patron. It's really easy to do and it doesn't have to break the bank. Just head over to theundrapedartist.com and click on the link Be My Patron on Podbean. And then choose a monthly donation amount that fits your budget. It's that simple. And to thank you for your generous donations, once you've reached $100 in total contributions, send me an email to theundrapedartist@gmail.com, and I will send you one of our spectacular Undraped Artist aprons. What's the next layer after you do that stippling of that darker brown tone?
Right. So you let that completely dry. And then you start to attack your halftones.
How do you know it's completely dry? If you're doing fat over lean, right? It has to be dry so it doesn't continue to
I guess
shrink,
that's
right?
the wrong term to use. Dry to the touch.
Okay, so that's it. Just dry the touch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you totally the first layer of color, I don't even need any medium. Not even then. Sometimes I do. It depends what the painting is doing. It's a little different every time. But you can totally play with this whole thing of optical grays. You can watch it turn cool on you. So basically, this pink chunk of lead white.
Pink because you mixed red into it?
I mixed red into it,
okay.
Maybe a little ochre.
Okay.
And you apply it onto the painting and the thing turns cool. And when you look at your hand, take a look at your hand, do you see how I don't know, what kind of skin do you have? Yeah, you probably
I'm more olive skin.
You're more olive skin, okay. But you see the warm cool play, how it's
absolutely. My
everywhere.
Knuckles are pinker, my veins are greener.
Exactly. That green of your veins,
yeah,
you get that. You don't need to mix that. That just happens.
That just happens as you what?
As you apply the pink chunk. Because in some areas it will have less pigment. And that's where it turns cool on you and has that exact color as your veins.
Wait. When you say pigment, do you mean pink pigment or lead white pigment? Or are you talking about a lump? You've got a lump of paint that's pre-mixed as to pink. And then as you spread it across the canvas, when you say reduction in pigment, you don't mean reduction in red or white. You mean reduction in that mixture of pigment. Does that make sense? So how does it?
What do you mean with reduction?
You were saying that as you reduce the pigment, it goes green, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you're talking about the pigment as in that combination of pigment, or the pink or the red in the pigment you're reducing?
I'm talking about the very thing that you mixed,
right?
Because of the semi-translucency, semi-opacity, semi-translucency,
so the
whatever.
Underground comes through, turning it green.
The fact that you painted something lighter over darker is going to turn whatever you put on totally cool on you. And that chunk you put on is going to, because the semi-transparency of it is going to give you some chunks that are more opaque than other chunks. The chunks that are more opaque, they retain the look that you had on your palette. The other chunks, right next to it, they're going to totally change on you. They're going to turn cool. That's what's called an optical gray. Because you didn't mix it. It happened. And you observe it.
Right.
You observe it, and that's why it looks cool. It looks cool to you, but you didn't mix it like that.
But it's probably critical that you have the right color underneath. So if you had just gone with a reddish brown, you might not get the same effect. Is that right?
Well, that becomes very critical as you go on. Because this game continues as you do the different layering of coloring. This whole game continues. When you get a chance, put your nose up close to a really, really nice Bouguereau.
Is that what
Or
Bouguereau's
if you,
doing?
I'm totally sure.
Really? Dude, I
Yeah,
was at the Met when they had, I think it was just there temporarily. They had the satyr. Is it the satyr and the nymphs? Have you seen that painting? It's like 12 feet tall.
I've never seen the original.
It's the
Never
one
seen it.
that's the
No.
ARC cover or something, the ARC website cover. Oh my gosh, dude. There's been probably 2 or 3 paintings in my life that almost brought me to tears, and that was one of them. I mean, at the risk of being coming off a little blasphemous, it almost felt like it had to be a god that could paint like that. Like there is no human being that should be able to do that. That's all I could think about when I'm staring at that painting. It was unbelievable. And the whole time I looked at it, I thought, how is he getting this pearlescent skin? It was so white and pale, and yet living. It looked like it had so much life to it. It was, yeah, it was incredible.
I mean, Bouguereau was maybe not a great philosopher, but he was an incredible technical genius, and it's just insane not to learn from him. It's insane. If technique interests you, it's like, look,
So
you got to study him.
So you think he was doing this Venetian method?
Oh, there's an account where I had access to a lot of 19th century old books, and also I remember reading that he went to an exhibition of Venetian paintings, and it changed his life. Absolutely changed his life. And ironically, when I was studying in Minneapolis, I went to an exhibition of Venetian paintings, and it changed my life. Mm-hmm. It changed my whole thinking about color.
That's incredible. Okay, so you've explained the color. Oh, go ahead.
It also changed my taste, because I was very monochrome before then, because I did not like this mix of academic painting and impressionism. I did not like that. That was not my thing.
Yeah, me neither.
So I stayed really monochrome, totally form oriented, totally academic, like so many academicians were. That's what I loved. But when I saw this Venetian exhibition of painters, I'd never heard their name, and I can't remember their names, but their paintings were the most beautiful things I've ever seen as far as painting flesh. And because they were so colorful, but to me, so incredibly tasteful.
Mm-hmm. Not garish.
No, it just showed me that there was a way to at least try to come up with an abstraction to bring form, to marry form and color, the way it actually is in nature. And I think that's what Bouguereau tried to do. And he was inspired by the Venetians.
What about Rembrandt? Because I've seen,
absolutely.
What, you think Rembrandt was doing this Venetian method?
Oh man. Rembrandt was going nuts with optical gray, especially.
He was, but I don't suspect he was doing this though. Like, wasn't he doing it a little bit differently?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't doing it like that. I don't think so. Rembrandt was a gutsy painter like you, Rembrandt.
Yeah, Rembrandt, I studied him. Especially, he's hard to figure out.
Yeah, he's the hardest one to figure out. Because I think Rembrandt was such a free spirit, and when his life went to bits and pieces, he just kept on painting, and he just experimented. He was just going crazy with this thing. But I'm almost 100% sure to say anything about Rembrandt is really daring.
I know you're going to get a lot of criticism.
It's really daring to do that. But I am almost 100% sure he he went nuts with those optical grays, especially when he painted old people. He just went nuts with it.
I
It's
think he did
basically
too. I think he did too. But so I'm going to say something that's going to get me in more trouble. I just said this to some students yesterday, and I believe this. I could be wrong, and I'm totally willing to admit I'm wrong if someone has a better argument. But I honestly believe that Rembrandt was as great as he was because he was a relatively, I say relatively because compared to, say, Franz Hals, one of his contemporaries, he was a relatively poor draftsman.
Mhm.
And
I agree.
I think that made it a necessity for him to work and rework and sand and repaint
Absolutely.
and sand and repaint and repaint and sand. And because he just wasn't getting it right. And what he did in all that process was discover this incredible process.
Yes.
So you
totally
agree with that?
I mean, to say that Rembrandt wasn't a great draftsman is just not correct. But if you compare him to Bouguereau,
That's why I say relative. That's why I say relative. I mean,
yeah,
come on, Franz
was
Hals.
he as adept in drawing as Bouguereau? No, like who is, you know?
Yeah, but even Franz Hals. I mean, you think that guy could just paint a guy smiling in 2 hours. Whereas Rembrandt, you ever see him paint someone smiling? It's pretty comical, you know? But it's, so I'm not saying he was bad. I'm saying he was relatively a weak draftsman compared to others like Franz Hals, who never would have, he's just a one layer painter. Just one layer, just nailed it, moved on,
Yeah.
nailed it, moved on.
Yeah, and this not giving up, this trying again and searching the drawing, I totally agree with you. It created a world of possibilities, what's possible with oil paint that hardly anyone or ever anyone has gone to, right?
Mm-hmm. I know, he's something else.
The richness of that is so incredible. Plus, I really think he had this lead white, the horse shit lead white. That
literally. Is that like far superior than what we have today?
No, Michael Harding makes it.
Really? What is it about? I don't paint with lead white. Are you, I hope I'm not really letting you down here, Patrick, like over and over again. I paint on plastic.
Well,
I use plastic mediums. I use titanium.
We just need to talk more.
I know, man.
Because, dude, you are, like the way you paint, what you could explore with this lead white that he makes.
You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is, Patrick? Have you noticed as I'm interviewing you how much I touch my face? Like, I'm like this, like this, like this. I get paint all over my face.
Well, at least you don't pick your nose.
Yeah, I hope not. But I do this, and I rub my eyes.
I pick my nose a lot.
I rub Confessions of Patrick Devonas. I rub my eyes a lot, and sometimes I'll get pain in my eyes and I feel the burn, and I'm like, I got to be careful with lead white, So I used to use lead white, and I'm so afraid of getting lead poisoning that I finally just was like, I better not. So I don't know, but I'm still always torn because I know you're right about that. My process of any process deserves to be with lead white because I paint in layers and I want the translucency. But yeah, I touch my face. I don't know why. It's this weird habit I have. Now everyone who watches my podcast be like, Jeff, stop touching your face.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, maybe I'll just I'll try. I should just wear like oven mitts when I paint. Then I won't be able to really touch my face without smacking myself.
Yeah, because I think you have Rembrandt's instincts, and we all have our own technique that fits our personality. I think that's part of what we need to do. We need to figure that out. And when I think of you, I think of Rembrandt, not because he struggled with drawing, but because he was so gutsy,
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's like he painted like a man. Like in one old book I read once, like the author was writing, paint like a man. Take big brushes. Paint like a man. Just be a man. Put that paint down.
That's funny. Oh man, that's a riot.
Mm.
All right, so a question. So what do you do on the next layer? Let's say you take this, I mean, really concerted and painstaking effort to make your painting thick and thin across the halftones so that you can manage the level of gray coming through, right? So what happens if you don't finish? What happens if you need to add another layer? Now you don't have that underpainting to come through. So if you put another layer over top of it, you've lost you're giving up some of that potential of
That's
bringing up grays.
You got it, dude. That's why it's so difficult, because you have to take care of one. It's very methodical. You take care of one thing after another. And when you really study Bouguereau's best work, and I think I had the privilege to really stick my nose. I even was able to take a Bouguereau outside into the sun once.
What? Who let you do that?
The owner.
Oh, you found a private collector.
Yeah.
Was this what's his name at ARC?
No.
Oh, okay. What is his name?
No, it was a student friend.
What is his name? Now I feel like I need to know his name. Who is the guy, the ARC guy?
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. Not Bob Ross. It's not Bob Ross.
No, I'm sorry.
But it's Ross. Fred Ross. Yeah. Bob Ross is the fro.
Bob Ross is another guy. He has hair like me. Like I could do that with my hair if I wanted to.
No, you couldn't. You don't have fro, do you?
Dude, I could.
It's crazy.
Maybe I should.
My little brother's like that. He's got a giant Brillo pad on his head. Well, he did until he lost it all, but yeah. Okay, so are you kind of a window painter then? You got to figure out, okay, I have time for the head today, or I have time for the arm today?
I didn't used to be, but I ended up being a window painter.
Just for that reason, to preserve that luminosity in the paint.
Yeah, you know who ruined me also is not just Bouguereau, also Vermeer. He ruined my life because
Why?
I did a Vermeer copy at the Metropolitan Museum.
Yeah.
And I've noticed this is what fascinates me. I love the subtlety, the absolute subtlety that's possible with oil paint.
Mm-hmm.
And Vermeer in his best works, because there's Vermeer, you can see a lot of different stages, and with Bouguereau as well, by the way, I think. But when you look at their best work, it's just so out of this world amazing to me. What they did with paint, and that fits my personality, and that's why I go for that. It's not the only thing I like. It's not the only thing I admire. I respect a lot of painters, what they did technically, but this seems to fit my temperament. And you just, after the years go by, you learn that if you want this kind of quote unquote perfection, you have to be a window painter. It's just
so how do you manage? Okay, let's say you're working from life, though. You're doing a large multi-figure painting from life.
Yeah.
Window painting isn't possible.
Well, it's not impossible, but you have to think like the smoke coming out of your ears. You have to constantly, while you paint your window, keep the entire painting in mind, constantly. Otherwise, you're in huge trouble.
But the painting isn't there. That's the thing about doing multi-figure from life, is the painting isn't there. It's all still just in your head. So you have nothing to compare it to. Therefore, if you focus on one head, and then by the time you're done, that head's too dark or too light, or you know what I mean? It's not like today where
that's why, but you can do studies. I mean, if you do a monochrome underpainting, if you do a black and white underpainting, you have a lot of problems solved there.
That's true. Or you could do what you
and
did.
then you can do a color study, and so you can hold yourself for dear life on those two things, right?
That's valid. Okay. So, and then I remember that thing you did that I think it was a scriptural painting you did, and you sculpted the entire thing with all
Yeah.
these figures sort of climbing up some stairs or something, if I remember right. And all the
Yeah.
figures were out of your head. And then
Mhm.
you painted from the figures, from the sculpted figures. That was freaking cool,
Yeah.
dude. That was
Yeah,
like,
that's dude, working from my head is like, my favorite thing to do.
but it's so much more practical to sculpt from your head than paint from your head, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't have to sort of anticipate light logic. And
Right.
that light
It's
logic
really,
is the killer.
yeah, it's the killer. It's really unfortunate because I
Yeah.
love it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's so hard to know. It's so hard to know how that light would really fall, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But when you do a sculpture, you have your little, uh, you have your taste and you have your system of keeping your proportions in line,
Mm-hmm.
and you have your knowledge of anatomy and morphology, and then you sculpt away, and then you put it in a beautiful light source, and there it is.
Yeah, that's how I did some of my multi-figure paintings when I was doing it all from life. If I had
Mhm.
it was usually an animal though, because I would just bring in real people for the models. But if I had an animal like a donkey or an elephant or, a bird or something like that, I would sculpt it and then
Oh,
light it.
cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
And to
That's
me, I just
amazing.
not good enough. I'm not good enough to make up that light logic. I mean, I could make it up and I could make it relatively convincing, but it's not going to be right on. There's just no way. It's not going to be right on.
Well, if you really want it to look super 3D and super realistic, I think it's impossible to just
Mm-hmm.
make it all up. But you can push it, and it's fun to try and see what's possible.
Mm-hmm.
I
It
think
is
it's
fun.
so fun.
It is. Okay. So I still want to talk more about what we had talked about back then with the turning the form with transparent and opaque, because what you've only dealt with the lights and halftones. What's the relationship between the lights and the shadows? What's your ideal
Well,
to maximize
the
form?
idea is it's sort of, especially when you work with lead, it automatically happens. You end up, the more the form turns away from the dark halftones, the closer it gets to the highlights, the more opaque it gets. And so
Right.
that means that you're gonna end up hitting the highlights the most. Again, just like in your underpainting. In your underpainting, the highlights are the thickest. If an ant would crawl across it, it would actually walk up a mountain and then down the mountain again. And then when it comes into the shadow, it dives into the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I think about it. And
Except,
the
but
paint,
didn't you explain to me that it doesn't just dive into the ocean? Because even on the shadow side, there is some opacity sometimes,
yeah, of course,
right?
unless you keep the shadows totally flat. But if
Right.
you introduce reflected lights, obviously there is an opacity play at work there as well. And if you want to keep that in relation to your lights, it gets really, it's really kind of tricksy,
Mm-hmm.
because you could even go so far as to say you shouldn't have anything more opaque in the shadow than in the lights. But in this method, the dark halftones are quite semi-transparent, you
Hmm.
know.
Yeah.
So then you have this to compete with, and yeah, I think that rule gets broken really quickly, really easily, especially in this painting because there's a fire going on, reflecting into this guy's shadow. That's why it's so reddish,
Mm.
and there's a lot of red in there, and that's opaque. That red is quite opaque.
Mm.
So I sacrificed already a lot of transparency there.
I hope people
because of
are watching this, because the reason this was such a game changer for me is because when I was in school, and not just in school, everything I read, this is before YouTube, but I pretty much learned how to paint in Barnes and Noble and from people like you, just picking things out, like finding little nuggets of truth from people like you. And some good teachers in school. I had a few good teachers, but the rule was simple. It was just your lights are opaque, your darks are transparent. And that is not enough information. Because
no,
what's happening is students are, and painters, so-called advanced painters, and I don't mean this to be critical, but they're having their entire light side equally opaque, and then they hit the core shadow, and everything from the core shadow to the reflected light is completely transparent. And then it's like, it's not round, it's like a shelf. It's like you just crash and burn in the shadows, instead of having beautiful turning forms, at least to the degree that they could be turning. They're going to turn because of the right value, right? But this principle you're talking about of having a gradient of opacity that's consistent with the gradient of value is what was so mind changing for me.
Yeah, dude, that's why painting is so hard, I think, besides drawing. Drawing is really hard.
Mm-hmm.
But painting is so hard because of that.
Mm-hmm.
I find it very difficult to, it's like you have to really be awake to concentrate on opacity versus semi-opacity, semi-translucency, translucency. And then, of course, if you want to have total control over the texture, which Vermeer did and Bouguereau did, then you have this additional beast that is very dangerous, because you're always in the danger of making things look, sacrificing quality for texture, of being so obsessed with this eggshell surface, which I will totally admit, because I paint things that are not real and I try to make them look real. And so this eggshell surface makes, in my painting, sense. And the old painters were probably obsessed with this eggshell thing. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them were probably obsessed. This was pre-photograph,
Can you
and
explain what that means, eggshell? Are you saying you want a consistent luster across your whole painting?
Yeah, it's you create body of paint without texture. That's what gives it the.
Yeah, I remember when, back when you lived here in Utah, I remember noticing about you. I thought it was really interesting. I mean, if heaven forbid you got a little hair from a brush in a painting, you would do whatever it took to get that hair out of there, because it would break the surface, because you were so concerned about having that surface just pristine. And that's, I think, what you're referring to.
It's obsessive compulsive. It's a mental illness.
Don't look too close at my paintings, man. I got hairs all over the place.
Well, dude, I love that.
I know, it's funny how you appreciate other people's paintings, right? You always appreciate what other people are doing.
I love it that people are so different from me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same.
It's so important.
I met this artist once who was a slob of a painter. I mean, he was just throwing paint everywhere. I mean, this painter's brilliant. I'm not going to mention his name just because it might be perceived as an insult. I don't mean as an insult, but it might be perceived that way. This guy was a slob. I mean, he was painting in my studio and throwing paint everywhere. I mean, if you stood too close to him, he'd clean his brush on your own pants. On your pants, not his, yours. Like, just stay away from this guy while he's painting. But he was brilliant. When he was done, the painting was brilliant. But one thing I thought was kind of comical was he was just throwing paint around, and he'd like scrape up half dry paint and half wet paint off of his palette that looked like it was from the 1500s, like he hadn't switched palettes for 400 years. Piles of gross built up paint. He'd take like goobers of half gelled over and dried up paint and throw it onto the canvas. But then there was this one moment where he got a hair in the canvas and he sat there for like 30 seconds trying to pick it off. What is happening right now? I'm like, dude, you could have taken a crap on the canvas and you wouldn't have pulled it off, but that hair is really bugging you for some reason.
Dude, he has a relationship with hair. It's
I
very
don't know what it
mysterious.
is. It just goes to show our temperaments are all so unique. It's so interesting how one thing
Yes.
can really bother one person and make no sense to the next artist at
Oh,
all.
it's totally fantastic. I love it.
It is. It's great. Because I would kill to own every painting by this artist, by the way. I'm tempted to say their name, but I think people who really know the art world probably can guess who it is. But anyway, it was interesting. So, all right. So let's look at another one of your paintings here. I mean, and it's so great picking your brain again about all this stuff. Let's look at some of your landscapes. This is cool. Well, I want one bigger. This is a study. What's one that's like really... Oh, this is a video. Is this one big? Yeah, this one's pretty good size. Was that other one a study for this?
No.
No? Is this the Swiss Alps?
Yeah.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
So I'm not a landscape painter really, but I love landscape.
But you do
landscapes.
You paint
I mean,
beautiful
I
landscapes.
shouldn't say I'm not a landscape painter. I like it, but
you're not known for it. I wouldn't say.
I love the figure. Oh,
this
can you take another
trip,
one,
dude? I can't.
This is a real trip, and it's a bad photo.
You have the greatest imagination, man.
Go to the other one.
Okay.
Further up.
Further up,
Further
like
up.
right here.
That one, the one to the left. That one, yeah.
What in the world? Yeah, dude, your stuff is so crazy. It's so
So this
cool.
is yeah.
What is happening here?
It's called Health Society / Society. It's just my spin on what's happening.
Just just briefly, what do you mean? Like how people aren't taking care of themselves or something, or the medical field? What are you commenting on?
How we're all made sick by different industries.
Yeah.
How our lifestyle is ruining our health.
Do you remember that painting I did back during the recession of 2008, that consumed painting? Let me pull it up real quick. I don't usually show my work here,
sure.
but let me show you real quick. Not that one. That one. Do you remember that painting?
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
That's in the Springville Museum now. And I love this painting. I don't love my work very often, but I love this painting. But at the time, it nearly killed me. And the reason I bring this up is because I wanted to ask you a question about that. The reason it nearly killed me is because the entire time I was painting, well, maybe I'll keep it up for a second while I explain this. The entire time I was painting it's called Consume because it's about the 2008 recession. And you see this arm up here, this dude's buried in his own garbage, right? It's not garbage. There's everything from a $10,000 coat, Gucci bags, expensive bikes, expensive jeans, to garbage. There's also garbage, right? Like a Guitar Hero guitar. Like it's not worth a lot. So everything.
Yeah.
It's just the idea that we consume all this crap.
Yeah.
And then in 2008, I felt at the time, in 2008, my wife and I were living incredibly responsibly. When we bought our house, we bought a house during that period where they were trying to give you more money, and we were at the bank. They found out we had a high credit score, and they're like, we can give you more money for your house. You can get an even bigger house. And we're like, no, we just want this. We don't need a big house. We just want this. They're like, but you could get this house, And so we didn't. We got a regular house. And then 2008 came, and everything that I'd put away for savings just went to nothing in value.
Yeah.
And I was I was being responsible, and everyone was blaming their problems on the banks. And I'm thinking, no, it's not the banks. I got the same deal with the banks. You made the decision to buy something you couldn't afford, right? So the whole time I'm painting this thing, and I'm lamenting how bad it sucks this recession is, worried if my career is going to fall apart during these couple years,
Mm-hmm.
and thinking how awful it is, how consumed we are in society, and how other people's consumption affects my life, right? So as I'm painting this, I was enjoying the painting process to a point, but it forced me, because I'm staring at it day after day, to think about its concept day after day after day. And I think by thinking about those negative thoughts day after day, it actually started to get me to a point where I was developing unhealthy stress, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now I've got distance from it. I'm like, that was 2008. It's almost 20 years ago. So I'm fine now, and now I can love the painting. But that's what I'm wondering about your paintings. You really hit some heavy stuff, right? And
Yeah.
I could imagine if I was painting stuff like you do, where I'm thinking about the evils of the world and, and the goods, right? How we're destroying our bodies through the foods we eat and the things that we take into our bodies, that eventually I could just wallow in pity, like in the condition of the world and sadness. Like, does it bring you down, or do you find it the opposite? Because again, we are all individuals, right? Some people might find it therapeutic, get it out into a song or into a painting, get it out. For me, it was like cementing it in when I paint that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That's really fascinating. I can totally see that, how that could happen to a person.
But
Yeah, for
that's
me,
not your
it's
experience.
no, I've always been a melancholy dude. Um, and I've always questioned absolutely everything, like my word is always why.
Mm-hmm.
Why this way? Isn't there another way? And I experienced the world as a pretty sad place with lots and lots of hope for improvement. It's like this unbelievable adventure to be on this planet, because I mean, where we live geographically, we are very lucky, but I've seen so many people suffer tremendously in my life. And for me, I grab every possibility I can get to paint about that, because to me, it's like I communicate their fate with the rest of the world, especially all those people who are more fortunate. I think for me, it's not an option to be on this planet and not at least try to do that, because it eats me up. And if I can paint about it, or I can do a sculpture about it, I feel most authentic when I do that kind of work. I feel like, okay, that's really who I am,
Yeah.
And again, I do not want to impose that on anyone else. This is just me.
I think that's the difference. Can I just say, I think that's the difference, because look, this is another painting I did that I'm picking two paintings that are close as I've ever done to what you do, in that they're paintings that are really soul searching paintings. I'm, really digging deep.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is about charity, but it's about where I am with my charity. Right.
Yeah.
And,
Mm-hmm.
Again, I probably shouldn't be talking about myself here, but we're almost 4 hours in. So I
totally.
know, right? But I had a friend who had cancer, and I was helping him financially here and there. But then at some point we were at that age where my kids were just getting past the spitting up. My last kid was just getting past the spitting up stage. And we're 3 kids in, and our couches were just a mess. Like it's not like we were sitting on spit up, but they were stained, and it was just like, it's time to upgrade, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we'd been waiting until our kids were old enough that they're not just going to ruin the new furniture. So I went out and I have pretty expensive tastes. So by my standards, at least, I mean, based on where I came from, when I say my standards, compared to the way I grew up, I have pretty expensive taste, not compared to my clients. So we bought a couple of couches that were not cheap. They certainly weren't on the lower end. And I was riddled with guilt because I thought I could have given that money to this guy and just lived with a couch that was a little ugly. And so I painted this painting and to kind of think about that and kind of mull those feelings over and what I'm saying is, look, I've got this great china, my couches. I've got this great place setting and this nice, delicious food, and that's mine. I'm willing to help you, and I'll even pull out the chair, but you're not having my good food. If you're welcome to have all the stuff I don't want, all the Walmart crap on the floor. This is the stuff I don't need, but don't take any of the stuff that I want. You know, and I in analyzing myself, that's my self-critique. It was like, yeah, sure, I give some charity to people and I'll give him money to help him, but I never did it till it hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting.
I never did it till it hurt. And is it really charity if you don't do it until it hurts? If it's not a sacrifice? Because every dime I gave him, I didn't miss. But I never gave him something I would miss. And that's what this painting's about. But the reason I bring that up is because I think, okay, the difference is this one didn't bring me down. It lifted me up because it helped me to think about how to be a better person, how to make the world better, not by making everyone else charitable, by me being charitable, make the world better. Right. And so it was different. So maybe that's the difference, because you're going into your paintings, because I know you pretty well. You're not like me. Like, I can't imagine you're ever going into your paintings like I did Consumed, with this judgmental heart. You're going into it with, like, I need to tell a story about things because I want to bring hope and conversation to the world. Whereas I was going into Consumed with this judgment and anger, and all I did was reinforce the judgment and anger.
Well, I don't want to paint myself better than I am. I have plenty of preconceived ideas and judgment in my heart. I try not to. And I think this large painting is helping me not to do that.
Yeah.
But isn't this what it's all about? Because, I mean, you open up a huge can of worms here with what you were just talking about. You know, there's all these isms that people have come up with to coexist in. And none of these isms is really satisfactorily solving this problem of that some have a lot and some have nothing. You know, socialism, capitalism, communism, all of those systems, they have huge problems attached to them.
Right.
And I'm not sure there are any answers. But the only answer I have is that if we all have the courage to be ourselves, to find out who that is, and then become authentic, and it's up to us to decide how we want to live our lives. I believe in that freedom. I believe in individual freedom. I do not believe in forcing people to do stuff. And I think we as artists are exemplary of this, because we are kind of like the court jester, if we want to be, you know. The court jester is the one who can tell the king stuff that no one else tells the king without losing his head, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we artists, we can get away with a lot. We have like this in German, you call it Narrenfreiheit. And but again, what about a beautiful flower painter? You know, if you want to go to the other spectrum from where I'm at, how incredible can that be? Someone who paints flowers absolutely gorgeously. How incredible is that? What fantastic art that can be, right?
Mm-hmm.
it can help. It can be so helpful to so many people. But my hope is that the way I am, the way I function, the way my brain works, the way I was shaped by my life, my experiences, that too can be helpful for the herd to maybe think about stuff, to maybe notice what's happening. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I have a point. Maybe I'm full of crap. So that's life.
Mm-hmm.
But at least I have enough courage to try to be myself and try to have my voice to communicate what is important to me, how I feel about existence. But the main thing is I have to be honest about that. I have to not try to make it more than it is, Like I always try to be really honest about my intellectual abilities. No, I'm not stupid, but I cannot keep up with the intellectuals. And I doubt that any artist who has craftsmanship can, because the intellectuals spend all of their time on data, on research. We can't do that. We don't have time.
Can't be good at both. You can't be great at both. It's,
even the
yeah.
smartest of us can't really do it. It's too complex. And yeah, to become a complex, sophisticated person in art, without becoming a snob, without putting those down who can't do what you do. Those are all qualities that are really important in the pursuit of excellence in art,
Hmm.
And we just have to stay honest. We just have to stay honest. We have to say, we don't have to, but we can. And then that's all the better for our work, right? To say, this is my perception, nothing more, nothing less. Let's look at it. If you're lucky, people look at it and find it interesting. And I always tell myself, if I can have a conversation with one person about this, if I can capture the imagination of one person and wants to talk about this, I have succeeded in my yearning to communicate.
Well, you got one. You might have more.
Yeah.
You got me, man. Oh, dude. So where's the painting?
Yeah.
Where's the painting that you gave me the study for? Do you remember that study of the dude with the chicken head? I think you have it on here.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it. Ah, here it is. I own this. Freaking love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The chicken head.
The chicken head guy. So that's this.
Mm-hmm. That's in Switzerland.
The painting is in Switzerland?
Yeah, someone bought it.
That's awesome. So what's this one about?
It has a lot to do with my military experience. Ever since I had to go to the Swiss Army, I gave the idea of war a lot of thought. It's like, I'm just interested in why in the world are things the way they are. And when you watch these black and white movies of how people walked into the First World War, the uniforms were kind of like rooster-like, especially the generals, and they had like these helmets with feathers, and it was a crazy thing. And it just reminded me so much of roosters. And I had a rooster in New Jersey. His name was Frederick the Idiot.
That's classic.
If you know anything about roosters, they have like the roosters have a program in their heads, and it's attack.
Just protect the hen house. Is that the motivation?
Yeah. That's the excuse.
Hmm.
It usually is the excuse in many wars, is to it's also, I think, the source for nationalism. It's like we need to protect our ways, our own ways, because the herd has always ways to group. That there's all these groups within the herd, and I have all my theories on that, why that happens. But I would like to have smart people talk about that. But some of those groups, they get very, very aggressive, and they're willing to kill for their narrative. They were willing to kill for what they have come to believe about their existence. They're willing to kill for that. And alternative stories are a threat to them. And so they have to be eliminated, And this person, that is Rooster Guy, he's, how Shakespeare wrote, he's strutting and fretting his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. So this is actually great, from Macbeth,
Right.
where Shakespeare talks about that.
We'll be right back after this short testimonial by one of my online mentorship students. If you're interested in learning more about how you could study with me, either online or in person, check out HEINatelier.com. That's HEINATELIER.com.
I've been doing Jeff's online mentorship program for about a year now, and it is awesome. Everything is online, super streamlined. If you can be there, you have the ability to talk to him once a week, and he can review your work and help you. If you can't be there, it's pre-recorded. You can go back and even re-watch things if you missed something during class or couldn't be there. So the online portion of it is almost better than real life because you can always go back to it, which is awesome. The demos are recorded. It's just like all available whenever you need it. And I'm a stay-at-home mom of 4, and my time is limited, and it's also very interrupted. And so to be able to go back has been clutch for me. And you get to work with Jeff HEIN, who's awesome. He's tough. The assignments are simple, but difficult, and they're difficult to make us all better. And he's able to give us these assignments, coach us through it, help us stay excited to progress. And so it's just been a great experience. I am so grateful that he has been willing to take time away from his own art to offer all of us to have it. So if you're thinking about doing it, it's amazing.
Welcome back to the show.
There's a quote by, Shakespeare's Macbeth: "Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in his petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the ways to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle. Life is but a walking shadow. A poor player who struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing." So, sometimes when I watch the news, I feel this is so dead on. This is just so incredibly dead on, what he wrote, because it's so insane. Like, how insane is war? Think about that. It's like, if there is going to be a nuclear war, certain creatures will survive that. We won't be part of them. The only Homo sapiens that survives that is some people who just live in bunkers, right, for I don't know how long. And the quiet will return if the earth is still, if it didn't shred the whole earth. I've read that we could shred the entire Earth with all the atomic bombs that are in existence. We could actually make the Earth explode. So if it's still here, the quiet will return. The millions and millions of year-old rocks will still be there, rearranged, but endlessly patient. They'll be there. And the fact that we were here is just not even a memory anymore. It's like, that's crazy. Why would you want that? It's like, why do you have children? Why do you have hope? Why did you strive for excellence, while you were alive? What for when it all ends like that? So, just makes no sense. War makes no sense. It's the most stupid thing there is.
Yeah. That was some quote, man. So this is maybe a little bit of a tangent from that. But why do you, obviously, war and your personal career and your own personal goals are not necessarily directly intertwined, but it just made me think about it, what you had just said. Why do you strive for excellence? What motivates you to be better at painting and everything that you do? Because you are one of those people that really tries to strive for excellence in every part of your life. What is it that drives that?
In every part of my life.
Well, I think you do, man. I mean, like you've like you said before, you're not as in good a shape as you used to be because you got COVID and you lost a ton of weight, and I know that story, but you've always been in great shape. You're very successful as a painter. When I say successful, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about you've become a great painter, right? You're always striving to be a better person. At least that's the way it appears from my perspective. So what motivates those things?
I think what motivates it is the fact that I received love from certain people in my life, and the kind of love that I can trust. It's real to me, and this is a very hopeful thing, to think that there's such a thing as this love that I felt coming from my grandmother, for example. She's one of those people, she's an example of one of those people who gave me this love. And that is just with me. I have this innate sense that giving your best is worth it. It's like, and it's exciting. It's not dreadful. It's not like it actually makes you happy. So I've given this a lot of thought. This quest for excellence in art. Why do it? And there's a lot of stones that are in the way when you do give your best, when you engage in a quest for excellence in art. You're going to encounter all kinds of things that try to discourage you from doing it. And one of the things that can possibly discourage you is the art world. And it has to do with learning how to be an individual. It's like learning how to appreciate people and their differences, in spite of them not having learned some lessons about how to coexist peacefully. For example, this whole thing with competition. So I wrote this down here. I just wrote this down before we started.
Mm-hmm.
Competition is an automatic byproduct when the strive for excellence is practiced by more than one person. Psychological health, whilst engaging in competition, is of prime importance for the artist. When the quest for excellence morphs into something else in disguise, it will create winners and losers. Because the herd readily engages in people worshipping. This presents a direct abuse with regards to competition, causing a full frontal collision with its important merits. The quest for excellence is well served by psychologically healthy individuals competing with each other. Because art is not sports, although some of the same principles apply, it is most important to note the difference. Because art is intrinsically linked to philosophy, the psychological impact on a person who engages in the creative process is massive. The possible therapeutic effects of art making is stunning. And trying to understand what happens there is part of the engagement into the quest for artistic excellence. And then I ask myself, what constitutes quality in art? You know? And I came up with an ABC. So I think the A, is craftsmanship, not because it's the most important, it's just part of it, because it is part of it. I just started with it.
Mm-hmm.
Craftsmanship is part of how you can measure quality, but only part of the quality of a piece of art. The intellectual properties, the philosophy behind it is another one. And that doesn't mean it has to be, it has to be paintings that are very complex. It can be a flower painting. A flower painting to me can be extremely philosophically charged,
Mm-hmm.
And C is, I believe this very strongly, individuality expressed authentically and effectively. I think all of those three things, they are a totally important part of the quality in art. And we can be so much at peace with this thing. And the art world is often not at peace with this thing. It's like there is the winners and there's the losers, and then there's this and that, and this gets picked apart. And that's just what happens when humans get together and compete. But it's a misdirection of competition. So the fact that Jeff HEIN is working so hard, has become such an incredible painter in my mind.
Thank you.
That helps me, you see?
Mm-hmm.
But it only helps me if I'm psychologically healthy,
Mm-hmm.
if I keep myself free. If I keep myself free from some of the tendency that the herd has that is not good for me as an individual. If I keep myself free from that stuff, and I don't have to hate the herd for that. I don't even have to blame the herd. I can just accept, I can say, this is the way it is, and I accept it,
Mm-hmm.
Then I can be at peace, and I can actually, within that peace, I can absolutely get excited about Jeff HEIN.
Mm-hmm.
And his work, and I want him to succeed even more. You see, that's magical. That's what happens.
What's that expression? I think I've used it before on the podcast. The high tide raises all ships. Is that how that goes? Or the tide raises all ships? I mean, if I do good work, it can motivate you to do good work. You have clearly motivated me to do good work since you were, already
Mhm.
great when we met. I was still figuring out who I was. Yeah, you're right. That's how it should be. I want to ask you a
But see,
question about. Oh, go
these
ahead.
labels are really, can I put that, just say something about that, because you say you were already great. But I think these labels, I know the way you mean it, it's not dangerous. But the way these labels could be perceived, they can be like poison for an artist. Because our growth depends on, like I said earlier, not taking ourselves too seriously
Right.
and taking ourselves serious enough. If we miss out on that, dude, we collapse.
Well, you didn't
We
hear
collapse.
you didn't hear my whole statement. What I was going to say is when I met you back then, you were really great at sucking. That's what I was going to say. So I'm kidding. You totally took me seriously.
I was.
No, you weren't.
And I still am.
Weren't. No, you weren't. Anyway, no, but hey, I got to ask you one question.
My New York friend. This is New York humor. You know?
Oh, shoot. You were just totally straight faced. No, but obviously that's my opinion of you. I've always looked up to you and your art, but I get it, right? You can't let it go to your head because that's not good for your growth either.
Oh, and it's totally unrealistic.
Yeah.
It's totally unrealistic. Like, all I have to do is, if I start to think that I'm, you know, that I'm like this super important dude, all I have to do is just take a closer look how things are. And then I'm rather in danger of not taking myself too seriously enough, you know, because that's just it's just as problematic. Because I've had moments like this where I was so down on myself, and I stood in front of this piece of marble, which I love right now above anything. If I could, all I would do is work with marble. So I stand there and I just feel so down on myself. I can't even pick up the flippant hammer, you know? It's like,
really,
can't even pick it up.
And
that's not good.
No, I feel that way. I feel that way almost daily with the brush. No, not almost daily, but a lot, where I'm just so intimidated and thinking,
and then what do
how
you
the
do?
crap am I ever going to do this today?
What do you do then?
Sometimes I just don't approach the canvas and I procrastinate. But those days when I manage to conquer it, I just, it's like when you're a kid and you jump in a pool and you can either put one foot in and go and slowly get colder and just make the pain last longer, or you just jump in, just get it over with. And so I typically when I either I either don't go in the pool at all and I go somewhere else and play, or I jump in. It's never 1 foot in. It's never just slowly crawling in. It's like jump in head first. Let's get all the suffering out of the way until I get some momentum and realize it's not going to kill me.
Yeah.
Or I just avoid the pool altogether. So it's
okay.
Yeah, it's not always a good thing when I avoid the pool altogether, but
I mean, your health issues have really taught you a lot about resilience too, right? I mean, that's
maybe. It's hard to know because you don't know how you would have been, right?
That's right.
Yeah, you don't know how you would have been. I mean, I could say that I'm this person because, but
that's
I really don't know.
Just a thought.
I really don't know. If I had to guess, I would say that a lot of the things I've done in my life, probably I wouldn't have done them if I hadn't had the experiences I've had. That's true of everybody though, right? But there's no way of knowing, right? But I wanted to ask you one question about what you had said, your definition. Not 100%. No, yes, I 100% agree. But I would add another little thing to it, and I wanted to know if you would lump this into craftsmanship. And what you said, basically the definition of good art is good craftsmanship, some intellect in your work, or concept, I think is what you're saying. and then being authentic. I would have probably rolled the authentic and concept into the same category. And then I would have taken craftsmanship and broken it up into craftsmanship and design. What are your thoughts? So in other words, my definition of good art is good craftsmanship, good design, good concept. And what are your thoughts on that?
I like it.
Yeah. And it's not really different than yours, just maybe a different
No,
interpretation.
but it's a very, I like it. I guess for me, what's really important to me is this. I'm allergic to any type of elitism. No matter what it is. Yeah, elitism. And it happens so fast. It pops up so fast with humans. So here with, like in sports, how people love to worship people somehow. They want to have someone to look up to, which I understand. This doesn't have to be a bad thing. But in sports, my experience in sports was personally very negative because I only halfway wanted to do it. Part of me did, part of me didn't. It caused a lot of anxiety because of that. And there was also value, personal self-worth attached to the outcome. And so in art, I think that's devastating. I had all these students. I had literally hundreds of students during my lifetime. And some of those students are so highly sensitive, right? And then I'm thinking, okay, a lot of these highly sensitive people are also highly gifted and could go really far as their work. In any of those categories we just discussed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that can look whatever it will look like. I don't care. If they're not gifted with craftsmanship, I don't care. I would never tell them, don't become an artist. I tell them, you have so many important things to say. Find your way, say it. If you can't do it like Rembrandt, don't even, it's like, if you're not cut out if you don't have those kinds of innate abilities, don't waste your time. Just find your way, do it. So I find it so important for art students to understand not to attach self-worth to any of that stuff. The other thing I'm really, really concerned about sometimes is that success gets attached to the market. And you just earlier didn't do that with me. It's like you said, I'm successful, and then you also defined what you meant by that. And that's really important too, because if you let yourself be entrapped to judge your work, which is indirect also a judgment of yourself, because this is why art is such a tricky thing. If you allow that to happen in your head, I mean, that's self-defeat, total self-defeat. It's just not going to be good for you.
You brought up courage earlier, and I thought about that when you said courage, and you said you had said that it's important to have it. Don't totally remember the context now, but I remember thinking, you've got a lot of courage because you paint paintings that aren't easy to sell. At least that's what I understand. I would expect they're not easy to sell. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it takes, and I think that takes courage because you're doing it anyway, and you are doing it, and you are getting by, but you're just being yourself, and you're just painting these paintings because it's the paintings you're driven to paint, even though sometimes you wonder how you're going to move it, how you're going to get a buyer for it. And that's really admirable.
Well, thank you. I highly appreciate that. I don't want to paint myself as this heroic person who has to suffer for his art, but I guess It is a little bit like that sometimes, yeah. It's like, to be authentic, sometimes you pay a high price, especially, you know, if authentic means what it means in my case, then you have that problem. But if authentic means to paint these beautiful flower paintings, then you're a
You're
very lucky
lucky.
person.
You're very lucky. I know. I'm not
And
saying, and I'm not
just be
saying anyone who,
thankful.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
guest I've had on here, I believe, is authentic. The problem is some of us get stuck with an authentic that's not as marketable. It's just how it
Yeah.
goes. And what are you going to do? You have two choices. You stick with what moves you, what drives you, what you're passionate about, and you struggle selling paintings sometimes, or you don't, and you try and be the flower painter, as you put it. And then even though that's not you, that's not authentic for you, right? And then I don't know what that leads to. I can't imagine it would be good for the artist or the paintings. But I
You know,
suppose
but again, being able to make compromises, because I really feel like that would be a big chunk of narcissism for me to expect people to love what's most important to me, right? And I need to let go of any of those notions. I don't expect anyone to like what I do. That's so that again would steal my freedom away from me. So, but I still have to live. I have to make money. So I have, you know, probably 3/4 of what I've created hardly anyone ever sees. I even make gravestones. Like right now, I'm working on a gravestone and I'm having a blast because they give me a lot of freedom, and I'm learning as I go, you know, because every commission you do that is not exactly what your soul wants to do, your craft still grows with you, because you get to do what you want to do as far as craft, you know?
yeah, I had one of my guests, Peter Van Dyke. Forgive me if I got that name wrong. I'm almost up to 100. Can you believe that? We have our 100th episode coming in 2 days or 2 weeks.
Wow.
I'm really struggling with the names at this point, even though I love all these artists. It's like I got so much.
Yeah.
I'm really bad.
Yeah.
I think
That's
it was
a lot
Peter
of
Van
people.
Dyke who said that if he wasn't already in a good financial position just because of his family, he was born in pretty good conditions, he would probably get a job. He would probably go out and become I think he said like a contractor or something, just so he could, when he was painting, he could focus on what he wanted to paint and didn't feel like he ever had to, he ever had to let that go completely. And so there's so many artists like that. There are artists I've interviewed that have side hustles where they're doing, you know, like Amy Wernz, like she's doing not interior design, what did she call it? It's like interior space design or something, where she organizes spaces. She said it's like interior design, but you don't pick the paint colors. She does that. You know, people have their side gigs where they, you know, you might say they're compromising a little because they're not doing the paintings that inspire them, but they're doing it so they can take care of themselves, so they can grant themselves time to do the paintings that inspire them. Right?
It's part of being on this planet is having a body, and your body wants to be fed. And that
You gotta be
has
fed.
to have shelter.
It's true. And if you want to paint dudes with chicken heads, you're going to have to carve a gravestone every now and then.
Exactly. You're going to carve some gravestones caused by the chicken heads.
Oh, shoot. Well, dude, I would buy all your paintings if I could, but you know, I get obviously the market's a lot bigger for flower paintings, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the market is what the market is. But
right.
again, I don't think one should be misled by the market, because the market is basically common consent of a group of people within the herd, because there's different markets, right? In the art world, there's different markets.
Right.
And it's a group of people and they have a common consent, what they think is really hot. And then they spend their money there. That's all it is. It's not something that says something about quality.
Do you know what else it is? You know, I had an experience once. It's because I think it's more complicated than that. I think there are lots of motivations in the market, and one of them is this, and I'll base it on an experience that I had, and where I had there was a short period of time in my career where I was convinced by someone to sell prints. He kind of guilted me into it. It's like, you have all this potential income, and why would you do that to your family? You have all this potential income. I'm like, I don't have time for prints. I don't want to do the prints. Nothing against him. I just didn't want to do it. But he guilted me into it. So I did it. And then, you know, a year into it, he said to me, you know, Jeff, we're not really selling your prints that well. Your work's a little heavy. He said, could you paint stuff that doesn't require people to think so much? Just stuff that's like really nice. You know, like just, you don't want people to think too much. You just want them to look at it and feel all warm and fuzzy, basically, is what he said. Kittens and butterflies, you know, nothing too challenging. You know, and I was painting biblical stuff. He's like, but don't put blood on their knees. Don't make it too dark. Don't make it this. Don't make it that. I'm like, dude, I'm done. I'm out. Like, I can't do it. You know, I might have, and I'm not saying anyone who would compromise would be a lesser artist. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just making the point that that's
it's not. You're not making that point about someone. Yeah.
That's another
making it about
aspect
yourself.
of the market. I'm making the point that that's another aspect of the market, that there is a big subset of the market that just doesn't want to think. They just want a pretty picture. You know, that's it. They want to decorate. They literally want something to look good over the couch. It goes with the curtains.
But that's luckily only one portion of the market. The market is very multifaceted. Yeah.
That's what exactly. It's very multifaceted. But it's but it's
I
not
didn't
always,
want to talk.
Yeah.
I did not want to be judgmental about the market. I'm just saying, I mean, the market is an interesting beast. And I think very few people understand a lot about that.
No.
I certainly don't.
No, that's just one little piece of it. And what you said was one little piece of it. It's complex.
All I'm saying is, if you take it as a measuring stick for your success or for how to measure quality, it's not reliable at all.
No, it's really not.
Yeah.
Well, we can't go without looking at your stone carving. Okay. So let's go back to that. And I want to know, I know you've always had a desire to sculpt. I remember when you were here in Utah, you were getting into clay, like I said, even for your paintings. So what was the turning point where you finally, because I would find stone very intimidating. What was that turning point where you made that leap? And you're like, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to start carving marble.
Well, the marble is much closer to Switzerland.
Oh,
it's in Carrara, you know?
Yeah.
And Switzerland itself has lots of exciting rocks.
Is there you have no access to marble in the United States? There's no American marble sources?
Well, here's the thing, dude. There is a marble, it's a place called Marble in Colorado.
But what about the canyon that they built the temple in Salt Lake from? What is that? Big Cottonwood?
Well, you see, the thing is, there is marble here, and I don't understand why people don't get more into it. It's absolutely astonishing. I want to.
So there are no mines. So the marble's here. There are just no mines, is what you're telling me. They're telling me.
There is a mine. There is Marble, Colorado, dude. 6 hours away from here.
Really?
We should go.
That'd be cool.
We should go see it.
That'd be
absolutely
sick. That'd be sick. Okay,
we need to go see it.
But you moved to Switzerland. You really have access to it now.
Yeah, and partially because of my good friend Christian Bolt. He studied sculpture in Florence and in Pietrasanta, and he works with marble like crazy. And I could trade a painting for some of his marble, and he actually gave me a lot of marble for that painting.
Marble or carvings, like sculpture?
Just blocks of marble.
Oh, so just the material. Okay.
Yeah, and that I still have some left, and I'm having a blast. It's astonishing.
I want to
It's
do it
just
so
amazing.
bad, dude. I don't know. You have to have like a whole studio for it because it's so messy.
Yeah, I built one. I have one. It's like 200-year-old barn. I turned it into a
And
sculpting studio.
so you sculpt in there, and then where do you paint?
I paint in the attic in the house.
So you have two studios essentially, a painting studio and
Yeah,
a carving studio or sculpting
yeah,
studio.
because you can't paint where you carve. That would be devastating.
Right. Especially you, because you're
Instead of
after that eggshell finish. You'd be
yeah,
scratching
the
out.
eggshell finish, it will be
Yeah.
very ruined.
Yeah. So I did one wood carving because I love wood. You know, I don't know. I grew up, my dad was a building inspector and he had shop, and he always, because we were broke, he never used hardwoods. He always used like pine or fir, right?
Mhm,
But
mhm.
the smell of that wood, of pine and fir,
Oh yeah,
made me
yeah,
such a wood junkie. And I love building things out of wood. I wish I had more time for it. But so
yeah.
I fantasized about doing wood sculpture. And so I tried one head once and I got pretty far into it. And then I busted off the ear and I gave up. I was like, I don't
Oh
have
my
time for
gosh.
this. I don't have time for
I'm
this.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So tell me about that. I mean, it seems like a really anxiety inducing medium because painting is the wussy medium. I mean, you can start over, sand it down. I mean, painting is hard. I'm not saying it's the hardest thing I've ever done, but it's forgiving. It's never too late. You can always fix a painting. But with marble,
Yeah, but it's actually not as bad as you might think, because what you will find is you start with hammer and chisel, and after a while you stop and you start to work with files.
oh, so you're not banging away at sensitive parts.
No, you're not banging away. You're banging away in the beginning. You have to be really careful. You need to practice, and after a while you get the feeling of how hard to hit, and there's all these different chisels you can use. And in fact, I have an aluminum hammer and I use wood carving tools
They're hard enough
on.
steel for stone?
Yeah, they kind of get beat up, but when when you use them at the right time, the little specks of stone you want to get rid of are so tiny, and you're not hitting hard, you actually don't ruin them. So it's like it becomes like this.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it starts to be a very, very soft control type of thing the further along you go. And you can polish this thing up to almost like glass.
And are you using
It's
power
just
chisels or anything? And
I do,
power? You do? Yeah, I would think, why
yeah,
wouldn't you? You'd save so much time.
because I don't have 10 men working for me like Michelangelo did.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? It doesn't take the magic out of it at all. It's still just a chisel.
No, it's just the sound is unfortunate, the compressor and all that. That's unfortunate, but still,
Do you do
it's
you,
just
have you considered, I wonder if it would work. You probably don't shoot guns, but they have headphones when you're shooting guns that they let you hear voices, but they tune out banging sound.
oh, really?
And I wonder if it would tune out those types of sounds, like a
Interesting.
compressor, or because it's sort of like a banging sound or like the sound of a pneumatic hammer, but they're pretty
Mm,
remarkable. Because my
hmm.
son and I we can have a full on conversation when someone is shooting at the range. I'm shooting these incredibly loud rounds, and yet we're having a conversation because it only picks up our
That's
voice.
fascinating. How is that possible? Wow.
Well, you hear it still, but it's so much quieter. But you hear the voice
Uh-huh.
louder. It actually amplifies the voice, reduces the explosions. It's
Uh-huh.
wild technology. Anyway, you might
Yeah,
look into it. It would be interesting if it
that
worked.
sounds, yeah, yeah. I finally put my compressor as far away as possible in another room and shut the door, and have a
Mm.
really long extension of where the power comes from, the pressure comes from.
But is a pneumatic hammer loud as well, or?
Yeah, it's not that loud. It's not as loud as you might think.
Oh,
But
okay.
it is just a fantastic thing because it hits 10 times when you would hit one time.
Right.
So it sure speeds you up. And these old sculptors who were so prolific, like Michelangelo, they had a lot of help. There's just no other way. I mean, once you start sculpting with stone, you just know that. You know that to be the case because it's just crazy amount of work.
So you just need people, you need a whole studio or shop for people just to lay these things out, rough them in, and then the artist would come in and clean it up.
Yeah, for the amount of work that he produced, it had to have happened that way.
Do you think he was
Even though
using those, I don't know what they call them, but those devices, he probably would have been made out of wood at the time, that scale up miniature sculptures where you'll like have a little point on the miniature sculpture and then it scales it up and kind of like a scissor. There's like a scissor mechanism where the pivot point is closer to the small one so that it scales up, and then a needle on both ends. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I my AirPods only have 10% left, just to let you know.
Oh, okay. We're almost done. Dude, this is the longest podcast ever. So do you think Michelangelo would have used that kind of a thing with his
I think he might have in some of his work, but it goes against his nature. I think he was a wild dude. And his abilities were, Michelangelo was not interested in accuracy per se. He had such strong opinions of what it should look like. He was a mannerist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he could draw so well in spite of being a mannerist. I'm not saying mannerists can not draw well. That was a really bad sentence.
He also drew really.
See what I mean? See what I mean? That places value right there, and that's what one shouldn't do.
Right.
No, but he was trained in accuracy, but he went so far away from that, and I think he worked the drawing spontaneously much of the time.
So you think with the David, for example, he would just take a block of wood or block of stone, no reference, no maquettes, and just go to town?
I think the David, because he was so young, probably not.
But
later on, I bet you the older he got, the less he did all that stuff. He just didn't bother with it anymore.
Yeah. Man. That to have that kind of skill means something else.
Yeah, it's absolutely inspiring and amazing. And in fact, I love sculpture the most when I just hack away from imagination. I didn't have models for any of that.
It's so beautiful. Look at that hip. Oh my gosh. It looks like you could pinch it, just like soft, like flesh. And obviously
that's what marble can do, that, dude.
Do you know that one in the Springville Museum where that woman is breastfeeding?
Yeah.
Oh
nice.
my gosh, that sculpture.
But he never finished that.
Yeah, what's his name again?
Fairbanks.
Oh my gosh, talk about, it's like you could walk right up and pinch it. It's just insane. And so you're saying it's marble. It's the material that just has that quality.
Yeah, it's semi-translucent.
So it actually
acts a lot like skin.
Yeah, it's incredible. Well, let me see. What do you want? What can we look at with your sculpture? I don't see a ton of it here.
Okay, good.
All right, so let me just preface to the audience. So we a couple times in this podcast, because we can't stop talking to each other, like old friends here. His headphones have died twice now, so that's why the sound is a little wonky. We go from good headphones to sort of a lot of echoey sound, but that's okay. You can still hear your voice. It's all good. So all right, so tell me about your sculpture in general. Like what is it about it?
This was a commission. Go further down. There's a head. That's my first marble sculpture I ever did.
This?
That head. Yeah.
Man, just
So this
beautiful.
I did on my own. This was my first thing I did in marble. And dude, it was amazing, the experience. It was so amazing.
What is it? Rocks embedded in there? What's that about?
Yeah, I collect these funky rocks. I'm really fortunate to live in a part of the Alps where there's the most funky rocks. Dude, I really want to show you these places with these rocks.
Someday I'm going to come visit. I'm taking you up on that.
Yeah, we would have such a blast.
Yeah. So you just put those into the sculpture, your collected rocks.
Yeah, this sculpture is part of a tower I'm building for this Katharina Schmidling. I'm doing a monument for her. And this is Mother Nature, you know, protecting this little girl.
So your first sculpture is a commission.
And it's not a commission. No, I'm doing this on my own. I'm building this tower on my own in my backyard.
But you just said it was for somebody. Am I missing something?
No, that was before. That was the one you just clicked on before.
Oh, okay. This one.
Yeah,
okay,
this one is not for somebody. This is in my backyard.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I totally fell in love with marble when I did that.
Does it make it hard to paint? You just want to sculpt all the time?
Yeah, actually.
Oh man, I bet.
I'm just in that discovery stage. You know how when you discover painting first, you just can't stop.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm at that stage with marble since several years now. And there's other rocks too that are amazing. You know, the thing with when you sculpt with rocks, some rocks are too soft to do detail, and some are too hard. So the ones that are too hard, the detail breaks off, and if they're too soft, you can't get in there.
Mm.
It's always kind of just
can't get sharp edges and stuff. You mean?
Yeah. So, but marble is not the only rock that is really, really made for sculpting.
What else?
There's certain rocks that it's called gneiss.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the English words. Yeah, I have one right now. It's amazing. I have a lot of fun with that one too.
Is it expensive to get started? To buy a big old slab of marble seems like it would be a lot of money.
Well, here it is, dude. That's why we have to go to Marble, Colorado, and we can figure all that out, right?
Really? Well, what do you mean figure all that out? Can't we just make a phone call? I mean, I want to go, but what's to figure out? I mean,
well, you want to talk to someone for hours. You want to pick their brain. You want to.
Yeah, that's true. We should definitely do that.
And then you really want to like get into what kind of marble is it. I'm so curious to see what kind of marble this is, because no marble is the same in every area, and even from the same area, there is different kind of qualities, because it's a flippin' mountain, right?
Right.
It's just a flippin' mountain. It's like, and it's alive and it surprises you. See those veins going across the forehead?
Yeah.
Dude, I love it. Right?
So this is Carrara marble, right?
It's Carrara, yeah.
Carrara. That's the same place that the Italians of the Renaissance would have gotten their marble.
Absolutely.
Is that wild to you to be sculpting out of the same marble that Michelangelo sculpted out of?
Oh, yeah.
And Bernini? And
it's so wild. Yeah. It's amazing.
Because, I mean, the equivalent thing would, for me, to be given a gift of the very same pigment that came from the very same, lot of whatever that Rembrandt used,
Yes.
Like, I can't even imagine that.
That's why you need to try the horse shit flake white, dude. I keep telling you.
The way you keep saying
that stuff is made for Jeff HEIN.
I think I kind of not tried it, but like just played with it a little bit at the Porch Society one time. I know, man. I just got to figure out how to stop touching my face. Well, I know. We need to talk more off camera about that. Maybe you can convince me. Oh, man. What Well, I don't have, I mean, unfortunately, because I don't sculpt, I don't have a ton of technical conversation or technical questions to ask you about sculpting, but I definitely want the audience to see it because it's just incredible what you're doing. Wait, what is this? Is this one of them?
This is plaster.
Oh man, that's pretty.
That's a plaster study for a sculpture that I want to do.
So it's done of clay, and then you made a cast of, or you casted it in plaster.
No, I did it direct with. You can actually sculpt with plaster.
What? How do you do that?
Oh yeah, dude, that's so much fun to sculpt with plaster.
Do you make a big block of it, or do you like sort of just clump it on and then take it away?
It's totally made for a painter, dude. You'd have such a blast. You need to do this. This is
Okay. What do you do?
so. What you do is you have an armature, and then you can take some maybe cloth or whatever to build up some whatever,
Right.
or a styrofoam, and then you just mix up the plaster and you throw it on there. I always start with the pelvis. The pelvis, being the middle of the body. Everything is attached to the pelvis. So I start in the middle. Pubic arch is the middle in most people. And then I build out, and I just, and you take a brush into the plaster and you throw it on there, and then it dries so quickly.
Yeah, but so is the whole block of plaster. The whole bucket's going to dry.
Yeah, but you see, while you start carving it, you have like a skinny version of a person after a while, but you start to carve right away, and then you go, oh, here I need more in the deltoid, so you brush more over it with a brush.
So you can layer. You can layer
totally
wet on dry.
You can put thousands of layers on that.
And it sticks perfectly.
Absolutely, it sticks, dude.
Can you see the seams between the layers?
You can see some of that, but who cares?
Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
And it's so much softer than marble. It's probably much easier.
That's why
to
you
manage.
can do studies. You can do plaster studies. They used to do that.
So why not though? Why not just sculpt it out of clay, and then you can make more than one plaster one?
That's true. I just didn't do that in this case, and I had a lot of fun.
Well, and the other thing is, with something this complicated, it wouldn't be simple. You'd have to like cut off the arms and cut things and make several of them.
Right. I mean, anything with casting, you have to be a major craftsperson. You have to. Yeah. That's a lot of knowledge that I never got into, and I don't have. And I just work with what I got. I'm a painter who started sculpting on his own, so I just learn as I go.
Man, that's crazy that you did that. So it's sort of additive and subtractive, back and forth.
Yeah.
And that's nicer than, again, if I were to chop off the ear, I just glue on, or not glue on, but I just stick more wet plaster on the ear and carve it again, you're saying.
You bet.
Would you need to like stick a pin in the head and then through the new plaster, that's the ear, in order to make it bond? Or is it really that sticky?
Oh, it sticks like crazy, especially the plaster I use is what is it called again? It's high quality plaster for sculptors. There's different quality plaster,
Yeah. Well, if you think of it, send it to me and I'll make a link in the video. That'd be cool, because I'm really anxious to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have done a little bit like I did some plaster stuff to create molds for things that I was building, not art, but like things I've built, like my van and stuff. And I've used files to shape the molds with plaster, but never thought of doing it with sculpture. I don't know why it didn't occur to me. It seems, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, plaster is a fantastic thing.
Well, all right, man. It has been a long one. We probably should stop eventually, but we'll just continue our conversation, just the two of us, at some point. But so let me ask you the same question I ask everybody at the end of these things. And you've already given us a ton of great advice and words of wisdom. But if there's one piece of advice you wish you had when you started this journey to becoming an artist, or that you did have that helped you, and that you could share with aspiring artists, what would it be?
There's a lot of advice that I have, but one of the things that one of my teachers gave me he actually talked about that before I left to go study academically. He said, don't let anyone ruin you. And I think what he meant with that is, do not let anyone ruin your joy for the creative process.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of well-meaning advice from teachers sometimes has not good effects because you know, every teacher is a human being in a learning process. And sometimes when people spend almost their whole life, you know, trying to get good at one thing, so other things may lag behind. And then teaching has a lot to do with how you treat people, right? And you're gonna, as an art student, you're gonna get teachers, they're gonna all do stuff that's not good for you. They're gonna teach you fantastic stuff, and you can learn something from every one of them that's really valuable, I'm sure. But they're also gonna do stuff to you that are gonna confuse the living crap out of you sometimes, you know? Just forgive them, but just keep that in mind. Keep in mind to always remain critical of what people tell you. Always think about it. Put it in context. Try to think big. And always remember why you want to do this crazy thing in this crazy world.
Mm-hmm.
And don't ever forget why. You know, find out why, and then don't forget why. And I think you're going to be fine as an art student. You're going to be able to learn from everyone, and you're not going to end up hating some people or aggrandize other people. You're just going to be on the ground with your 2 feet and hopefully as realistic as possible with your own possibilities and with what your surroundings have to offer to you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I have one of my best friends is incredibly a gifted artist, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she raised her kids almost all her life and started really late. And her temperament is for abstract painting.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep telling her, you have an incredible gift. Don't listen to people. Don't listen. What they say, what they want you to do, and what they tell you you need to learn. Just listen to yourself on this. Take the courage, be yourself, and kick ass. Be yourself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like there is no, the art is the one, not the one thing, but I think dogma is just, you know, in the art, dogma is like poison.
Yeah.
It really is like poison. There's a big difference between principles and dogma.
Oh, absolutely. If a student asks me how they should make a brushstroke, I say, I don't care if you sit on your brush and spin, as long as you get the right value and edges. Just get the right values, the right edges, the right color, the right chroma. Like, I don't care how you do it. And yeah, I'm with you 100%. But what I think you're not saying is that students shouldn't respect and seek out good instruction, but to be discerning when they're under the tutelage of a painter.
Yeah, I mean, some teachers manage to teach by principle, and then you don't have to filter what they say, you know?
Right.
because principles are applicable individually endlessly. So you don't smash the individualism of your student when you teach by principle.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's the student's job to know whether your Chef Hein Academy is right for him or her, if that fits her temperament or not.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see? That's her job. And maybe you need to pick and choose your places and your inspiration yourself. You need to take responsibility for that. Have the courage to do it. And that has to do with overcoming fear. And how do you overcome fear is like you just tell yourself, just someone asked me the other day, I'm so scared. What can I do? I'm so scared to be myself. I'm so scared to make decisions for me, sometimes really tough ones, consequential ones. I'm scared. And I told her, maybe the first step is to not be ashamed to be scared.
That's good advice.
I think so.
Well, because all of us are.
All of us are scared.
Uh-huh.
Especially, the minute we walk out of the herd, we have fear. We're going to get eaten. We're going to get eaten by something. Something is going to fall on my head, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you want to be an artist and you want to have the creative process, you want to engage in that, you have to walk out of the herd sometimes. Because this is about you. It's like discovering how to be an individual without being a narcissist. Discovering to make your individual contribution without being too full of yourself. It's like, that's what it's about. I think a lot of people have this problem. They lose self-confidence because they didn't make it into this show, or they didn't find a gallery that wants to represent them, or no one writes an article about them, and they get discouraged.
Mm-hmm.
And that's tragic, that's tragic, because you just flip and keep going no matter what. You just believe it's worth it. And if you're not going to end up being Rembrandt like the rest of us, it's like, that's a good thing, because you are you. Do you see?
Right.
You can just be inspired by other people. You can never become someone else.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as quality is concerned, who wants to be the prophet on quality? It's like, thank you very much. I don't want to be it. I want to remain free there. It's like, I do not want to have to make these judgments, because, but what you can do is you can just say, I like this. This inspires me. To me, this has a high quality with regards to blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
You can always say that, and you always remain honest when you say that,
Mm-hmm.
You have a right for your opinion. Free speech, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
That's very important. We have to be assertive. We don't have to be, we can be without being jerks, we can be assertive and we can be communicative and all of those things. We can even learn to grow confident without being full of bull,
Mm-hmm.
You can learn all of that, but it's a journey.
Yeah.
Everybody's on that journey.
Yeah. Dude, this was fun, man. I don't even know how long it is. I bet this is a 5-hour podcast. We'll see what happens. We'll see if I break it up into 2 or what. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But thanks for doing it, man. It was awesome.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I have this urge to communicate, and I've been hiding in the mountains for so many years, and you gave me this opportunity to speak my mind, and I thank you very, very much.
Thanks for tuning in to the Undraped Artist Podcast. If you enjoyed it, subscribe. And if you could, leave a comment or review. That really helps the channel. Please share the show with your friends, and if you're feeling generous, consider a monthly donation at theundrapedartist.com. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you next week.